A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now for our story. Well, we had a busy week last week. Went with all this work to get the bottling works going and the problem of finding power to run it. But Max's ingenuity saved the day. And Rube's taxi cab is now doing double duty as the power behind the bottling works. And stopping, of course, whenever it's necessary to take care of any taxi business. Then, too, there were no bottles for the water. Here, the basement of Doc Benson's kitty clinic proved a fertile field to solve the problem. Finally, everything got underway. And when we left our ambitious colleagues Friday, Danny Stratford was off for Chicago in search of a first order for our new enterprise. What success did Danny have? Our story opens at Mary's home just before lunch. Mary is talking to Phyllis.
You see, Phyllis, it was only a couple of weeks ago that you and Danny were on the verge of parting.
Yes. Oh, Mary, that would have been awful.
You didn't think so then?
Oh, don't rub it in. I know I was foolish.
If we'd only know that at the right time, Phyllis.
When is the right time, Mary?
When you were quarreling so. The right time, the psychological moment. The moment when everything's right.
But when is that moment?
Well, you just have to feel that moment.
Feel it?
Phyllis, I'm no psychologist.
But I don't understand.
Well, it's just this. When you and Danny were fighting so, and Danny was going to leave...
Oh, now you're going to take Danny's side. I just know it, Mary.
Oh, now, be sensible, Phyllis. I'm just saying something that may help you. That time several weeks ago when you and Danny had the quarrel and Danny was going to leave, you could have saved the day.
I know.
By giving in to Danny.
I knew it. The woman is always supposed to give in. I knew it, Mary.
Because, Phyllis, I've learned, and I guess all of we women learn, that the first victory with our husbands is when we do give in at first.
When we give in. Do you call that a victory?
Yes. A woman's greatest victory ever is turning what seems like defeat into victory.
Oh, Mary, you're talking nonsense.
Well, now hear me out, Phyllis, and then see. It must always seem in the family that the man takes the victory, whatever it is. It's necessary for his ego.
Why?
Well, would you respect Danny if you knew that other men didn't respect him?
I should say I wouldn't.
Well, now, wait a minute. You and Danny are always going to extremes, bursting over one way or the other. Well, it doesn't make any difference whether we women like it or not, that the male is the dominant sex in life. There it is, and God made life that way, male and female. The woman has the job of lugging the babies around while the man goes off to make the kill. If he's too weak to make the kill, then the woman has to become the killer. Bring home the bacon, I guess you'd call it, if the babies are to have food. And any way you look at it, the man's bound to crow if he finds he's a better killer of the needs of life. A good provider in simple, homey language and knows about him. He begins to show off his ego. See what I've done, all that.
Where'd you read that, in a book?
You don't have to read it in a book. Although I guess you can find it there, too. Just common sense if you think it over.
Oh, thinking things like that gives me a headache.
Oh, I don't mean to go digging around like a psychologist. It's just the thoughts that come to you by looking about you at other women and their problems, and after you've had some experience.
But how does that affect Danny and me, Mary?
Well, it affects you, Phyllis, because I think part of your problem, yours and Danny's quarreling, is due to your conflicting egos.
What? Our conflicting egos?
Yes. You're both striving so hard to make good in your marriage. You do both want to succeed at it because you take pride in each other and in yourselves. That's why you over-try. You make a great fuss out of what you'd laugh at in others.
Oh.
And that's why you think each other has an inflated ego.
What was that?
An inflated ego. I guess that's the right phrase. Where one has excessive pride about himself. And really, Phyllis, deep down in your heart, you're not inflated. You're really hungry at heart. You just want to be sure the other person appreciates you the way you'd like to be appreciated.
How did you know that? Did I ever talk in my sleep?
Oh, no, darling. But haven't I felt the same way? Hasn't every woman felt the same way?
I don't know. I've always felt that was too close to me to talk to other women about.
But why not? It's the real you, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, the real me. Oh, but I guess I'm just a timid little fool at heart.
Stop calling yourself names. That gets you nothing. You can't expect ever to be better when you're always telling yourself you're terrible.
Yes, that's true. But what about this psychological moment business?
Oh, I almost forgot the subject. Well, when you and Danny quarrel, instead of letting it get to the point where Danny has to assert his manliness that he is the head of the house, you just give in and say, all right, Danny, I guess maybe you're right about such things. Now, what do you think we ought to do about it?
Yes, and then what happens?
Well, Danny's bound to realize then that the responsibility of the decision falls upon him. And in that case, his ego will certainly want him to make the right decision. He'll do everything in his power to do the right thing that will bring the best good to his own home. It's just natural in a man. Even if he was a caveman, he'd do that.
Well, Mary, I guess you know more about these things than I do, but I don't know about this psychological moment thing.
How are you, Toots? Hey, how's my luck?
Oh, it's my psychological moment to see about lunch. Oh, Phyllis, we've talked away the whole morning. Viola, Mr. Kelly's home for lunch. Oh, Phyllis, talk to Max while I see about lunch.
All right, Mary.
Hey, my little Mayflower, your old man wants to kiss you.
Oh, it's lunch, Max. I'm terribly busy this morning, and I've got to see if Viola has her lunch ready.
Well, what a reception. What a reception. Can you imagine that? Well, hi, Phyllis. Hi.
Grand. Did you hear from Danny this morning,
No,
Max?
not a word, not a word. I don't know what your old man is doing down there in Chicago.
Oh, Max, I'm worried about Danny.
Huh?
He promised he'd write when he left here Friday.
Well, I wouldn't worry. Chicago's a big town. He's got to see the sights, you know. And this is Danny's first trip away from home. He's probably getting his eyes full.
That's what worries me.
Huh?
Come on, Max and Phyllis, lunch is ready.
Okay, come on, Phyllis. Blow the old dinner bell and have my
Come on,
style.
sit right here, Phyllis.
All right, thanks, Mary.
Hey, look out now. This is awful hot. Red hot.
Well, we'd better feed the twins later, Viola. Mr. Kelly's very busy today and wants to get away, I believe.
Well, how'd you guess it, Toots? How'd you guess it? Well, I'm going to grab that kiss right now if I have to chase you around this table all afternoon. Come on.
Well, we can't have that, for I, too, have work to do. Here I await submissively.
There, you see, fellas? You see how it's done? Why, it's like taming a lion. You got to know the truth.
My, are you proud of yourself, Mr. Tiller?
Yeah, well, say, who wouldn't be? A great lover like me. Well, come on, let's fall to, gang.
Will you have some beans, Max?
Hey, beans, boy, do I go for 'em. And shoot the ham right over next, will you, fellas? Hey, this is swell.
Oh, Viola, you've forgotten the bread. Please bring it.
Yeah, Viola, we got to have the club of life, you know. Hey, you eating, fellas?
I'll leave her alone, Max.
Huh?
Phyllis was worried about Danny.
About Danny? Say, listen, he's probably having the time of his life. Why, he's probably playing sucker right now to every skin game in town.
Max, you don't think so?
Well, sure, it'll do him good. Hey, Viola, what you doing, raising that wheat?
No, only the yeast.
Boy, is she getting good. You know, that's what being married to my man Burberry has done for her.
Burberry's a mighty fine husband, Miss Tilly, even if I do say so myself.
Sure. You see, what'd I tell you? I knowed Burberry'd make a woman out of you, Viola.
Oh, Max.
Well, he's all right, Mrs. Southern. I know he's only fooling. But my Burberry ain't like some men. He wouldn't step out on me if he went away.
Oh, Burberry? No, sir. And he'd say to a girl, we, meaning me and him, can't take you out tonight. We is a good husband already.
Oh, now quit teasing Viola, Max.
Oh, she don't mind, do you, Viola, huh?
Of course not. Max is always joking.
Oh, Max, give Phyllis some ham. Phyllis, don't you think you'd like just a little piece of this ham?
Oh, sure.
No, Mary, really, I wouldn't. Max,
Huh?
I can't help being worried about Danny. He's so headstrong.
Yeah, I'll say he is. Wasn't me. Huh, Mary?
Oh, Danny's a good boy, and I love him, but it is his first time to the city. Oh, you don't suppose anything could happen to him there in Chicago?
Oh, sure. 1,000 things. Why, the town's a regular lion's den for a boy like Danny.
Oh, Max,
Here's
Yeah.
your coffee, Mr. Max.
Huh? Fine.
They do say, if you'll pardon me, that city is full to the very brim with beautiful girls.
No, you don't mean it, Viola.
That's what they say. And some wicked, too.
Well, there. Now, who told you that, Viola?
Well, you see, my husband's been around a bit since he came over from...
Oh, Burberry, huh? Well, I'll bet a beautiful, wicked girl chased him down the heart of State Street one day, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. But if I had a husband in Chicago, I'd feel better if he was safe at home.
There. Now, you see, Phyllis,
Oh,
you see?
Max, please stop teasing Phyllis.
Huh?
Oh, Viola, I'll just have some water to drink.
No, nothing from me, Viola. Max,
Yeah?
if Danny doesn't send word soon about where he is and what's happening to him, I'll go up to Chicago myself and find him.
Now, none of that, Phyllis. Now, don't interfere with a man's business. This is Danny's big chance to do something, and don't spoil it.
Oh, no. No, Max, I wouldn't do that for anything in the world, but... Oh, he promised he'd write. I know he'd write to me. Even if he is ever so busy trying to sell Stratford Springs water. But what if something's happened to him?
Huh?
He hasn't anybody there he knows to turn to.
Well, there's John Fowler's Chicago office. Why, he could call them.
Oh, please, Max.
Huh?
Yeah, I can't stand this waiting to hear how he is.
Yeah, but he's been gone only since Friday. I thought you was glad to get rid of him, the way you've been fighting lately with Danny.
Oh, I know. It was all my fault. Maybe he's seen some other girl. Some of those beautiful, clever city women. Oh, if that happens to Danny, I couldn't stand this. Excuse me.
Oh, now, Max, see what you've done.
No.
Poor girl's worried to distraction about Danny. You've scared her half to death.
It is strange that Danny hasn't written to anybody back in Sanders. But the time is short since he left Sanders to seek the fortune of the Stratford Springs Corporation in the big market of Chicago. And we may expect to hear of most anything happening there to Danny in this, his first big selling experience. Meantime, what of the other affairs of our colleagues in the town of Sanders? Follow the life of Mary Southern, brought to you every day except Saturday and Sunday by the makers of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Now, Anacin, the tablets thousands of physicians and dentists recommend for fast relief of pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and heat, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn. Present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, today many thousands of people are thankful to their physicians or dentists for first having introduced them to that remarkable preparation called Anacin, which brings such incredibly fast and effective relief from the pains of headaches, neuritis, and neuralgia. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thus, in using Anacin, you are following sound principles. So ask for Anacin at your drug counter next time you suffer pains from headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Try these tablets on this guarantee. If you don't feel Anacin gives you all the relief you want, as fast as you want it, your money will be refunded. Easy-to-take Anacin tablets are available everywhere in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. I'll repeat the name for you. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Well, although she's made a lot of friends at Madison High School, where she teaches English, our Miss Brooks regards someone outside of school as her most cherished companion, namely her landlady, Mrs. Margaret Davis.
Yes, Mrs. Davis is a remarkably kind and generous friend. She's always doing something for somebody. Right now, as the president of the Ladies' Good Deed Club, she's on a drive to get old clothes for the underprivileged. And although I owe her 4 months' back rent, she hasn't even mentioned it to me. I was thinking about these lovable qualities when I joined her at breakfast last Friday morning.
Honey, dear.
Yes, Mrs. Davis?
How about coughing up the back rent you owe me?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. I must have gotten some water in my ears in the shower. What did you say?
I said, what about the back rent you owe me?
Oh, things are fine at school, thanks. It's nice of you to ask.
But I didn't ask about...
Although now that you mention it, we have been terribly busy lately. We're getting ready for Founders' Day. Mr. Conklin has persuaded the Board of Education to purchase a copy of one of Auguste Rodin's great statues to be placed on the auditorium stage during the proceedings.
That's all very interesting, Connie, but it's not what I started to discuss with you. Of course, if you really didn't hear me...
What back rent? Oh, I remember now.
It's 4 months, Connie. I hate to dun you, dear, but I really feel it would be for your own good. After all, when one person is in debt to another person, the first person should make some effort to turn some part of the money over to whoever has it coming.
To whomever has it coming, Mrs. Davis. When speaking to anyone, particularly an English teacher, you must bear in mind that the preposition to takes the objective whom. its correlatives being you, me, us, them, him, and her.
Where's the money?
I ain't got it. But don't worry, Mrs. Davis. I'll straighten out everything very soon.
All right, Connie. Get some coffee, dear. Now, what were you saying about a statue at Founders' Day?
Well, Mr. Conklin feels that this particular statue will be a most appropriate symbol for the students. He says it will remind them that they must concentrate on their future in a world of adults. It's a copy of one of Rodin's greatest works, The Thinker.
The Thinker. I believe I've seen pictures of that. Isn't that the one that shows a man with no shirt on, sitting with his fist under his chin, watching television?
Well, it isn't quite that modern, Mrs. Davis. Rodin completed The Thinker before Pinky Lee was even invented. Anyhow, I called the art gallery for Mr. Conklin yesterday and ordered the statue. Should be delivered this morning.
Oh, that's nice, dear. Mr. Rodin must be a very clever man. I read in the papers that he's got another statue on exhibit at the gallery called The Kiss.
The Kiss?
It shows a man and woman in a romantic embrace with their lips clinging like a corn plaster. The ladies in my club were furious when they went to see it. They thought it was positively shocking.
But it's a work of art.
You can say that again, dearie. But while I'm on the subject of our club, Connie, I wonder if you could help us out. Do you have any old clothes?
Yes, I have, Mrs. Davis, but I'm wearing them to school. However, I'll ask some of my friends if they can contribute something. Lock the icebox, Mrs. Davis. It's Walter Denton. Come in, Walter.
Well, good morning, Walter. It's nice to see you, dear.
Thanks. I'll have ham and eggs.
You're welcome. Fried or scrambled?
Oh, I'm not particular. Just so there's 4 of them.
I'll have it fixed up in a jiffy, dear. Just keep Miss Brooks company meanwhile.
Okay, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, before I forget, Walter, Mrs. Davis's club is collecting old clothes for the needy. Do you think you can contribute anything?
Well, I'll be more than happy to dig up whatever I can. Gosh, Mrs. Davis is a sweet character. Yeah, she's so unselfish. She really loves her fellow man. And if I may say so, Miss Brooks, that's one of the qualities I admire in you, too. You love your fellow man.
Well, thank you, Walter.
How is Mr. Boynton?
Now, that's what I call a crude conversational blend.
Miss Brooks, you know I don't like to overstep my bounds or presume to offer advice about things that don't concern me, but I know of a wonderful way you can get Mr. Boynton to generate a little steam.
You're right, Walter. This is one of the things that doesn't concern you. How?
Well, by taking him over to the art gallery tonight and exposing him to a certain statue. It's a man and a woman in a bear hug and smooching like crazy. It's called
The Kiss?
Oh, then you've seen it.
No, but I've heard enough about it to know that it shouldn't even be mentioned in mixed company. Besides, it's too hot these days to go to galleries.
It is kind of warm. Oh, that reminds me, Miss Brooks. Poor Mr. Conklin has to go to school this morning in his long woolen underwear.
You're just full of censorable goodies today, aren't you?
No kidding. It's true. Mrs. Conklin believes that the only way to cure a cold is to bake it out. Well, when I was over there this morning, Mr. Conklin sneezed a couple of times while he was dressing, and she insisted that he put them on. Oh, I felt so sorry for him. This afternoon, when that old thermometer starts shooting up, he'll be squirming in his swivel chair like a dervish with a hot foot.
Walter, normally you won't get within 50 yards of Mr. Conklin without an anti-tetanus injection. What made you drop into his house?
Well, it's a new policy I've just put into practice. I make it a point to let his daughter, Harriet, gaze at me for a few moments every morning. It sort of sends her to school feeling that life is worth living after all.
Mrs. Davis?
Yes, Tommy.
Just cook the eggs. The ham is in here.
in.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. Isn't it a lovely day?
One more remark like that, Miss Brooks, and I'll crown you with the hot water bottle that's strapped to my back.
I'm sorry, sir.
Mrs. Conklin thinks I'm coming down with a cold, and thanks to her fanaticism on the subject, I'm rigged out in apparel that would be suitable for a ride to the North Pole. Red flannels in August. Now then, please state your business.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Davis's Good Deed Club is conducting another clothing drive, Mr. Conklin. Will you contribute?
If I have any old clothes at home, you may pick them up here in my office after school. I'll have Mrs. Conklin bring them when she comes down at noon.
Oh, is Mrs. Conklin coming to school today?
Yes. She's promised to bring me a bowl of hot soup and an electric blanket. My only hope is that I may be electrocuted.
Well, if you put one hand in the soup and wrap yourself up in the...
Oh, quiet! Now, before you go, tell me, has the statue you ordered for me been delivered yet?
Yes, sir. There's a big crate covered with a tarpaulin right down the hall. I'm sure it contains the statue.
Good. Mr. Stone said he might drop by today to have a look at it.
The head of the Board of Education?
Yes. Now, just between us, he's something of a blue nose. He's very old-fashioned. So I've been thinking, since this statue isn't wearing any... That is, since it's in a state of complete... Well, since it's...
Naked?
Miss Brooks. Let us say it's undraped. My thought was that in view of Mr. Stone's sanctimonious attitude about these things, we should perhaps put something on the thinker. Like a shirt, for instance. Or even something heavier.
How about your long underwear?
That will do. You'd better go now. I'll think of something myself.
Yes, sir.
I suppose thanks are in order for your assistance in securing delivery of this statue.
With the instructions you gave me, sir, it was a very simple matter. I merely phoned the gallery and ordered statue number 14 on the program.
Fine. You've bungled so many similar assignments for me in the past. I was afraid that you might have... Number 14!
Eh?
The thinker was listed on the program as number 7.
Number 7?
Yes, 7! I even repeated it for you.
I must have added them up.
Of all the blundering... Come in!
I am in, Osgood.
Mr. Stone.
Good morning, sir.
Miss Brooks, what I have to say is not fit for the ears of a lady. Kindly cover yours. Now then, Osgood.
Yes, sir?
I have just had occasion to speak with the custodian of the art gallery, and he has informed me that in compliance with a telephoned request from Madison High, an outrageous statue called the Kiss has been delivered to this institution for Founders' Day.
The Kiss?
I demand an explanation, Osgood. Well, stop scratching yourself and answer me. Or do you have an answer?
Ooh, has he got an answer?
Miss Brooks, I want you to call the custodian of the art gallery and have that disgraceful piece of sculpture removed out of this school with the same dispatch you had it moved in.
What are you saying, Osgood?
I'm saying, sir, that it was not I who was responsible for sullying the corridors of Madison High with this scandalous exhibit. It was the dunderheaded action of the lady who stands quaking before you at this moment.
Oh, it was you, Miss Brooks. Well, speak up. I'm waiting. What have you to say for yourself, young woman?
Got any old clothes, Mr. Stone?
Friends, when you suffer torturous pain from rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache, you want relief fast. That's the time to reach for Heat. H-E-E-T. Heat, the liniment that's strong, yet does not burn. The moment you apply it, you can feel the heat, soothing warmth, working to relieve your painful miseries. That's because Heat penetrates deep, brings immediate relief to sore, aching muscles. Wherever you ache, just brush on Heat. Heat penetrates deep, keeps working for hours to bring wonderful, soothing comfort to the painful, aching area. Your pain seems to disappear. Heat isn't oily, sticky, or messy. You just brush on Heat with a handy applicator that comes with each bottle, and it dries in seconds. So remember, when pain of rheumatism, muscle strain, or backache makes you miserable, Heat's penetrating warmth gives you fast, long-lasting relief. Get Heat, H-E-E-T. Heat, the liniment that penetrates deep to bring immediate relief.
Well, when I called the art gallery and asked them to remove the statue known as the Kiss, I was told that due to a shortage of delivery trucks, they would be unable to pick it up until 5 p.m. There was nothing I could do about it, so when lunch period came, I went to the school cafeteria as usual, sat down at my usual table, and was greeted by a most unusual voice.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Why, Mr. Boynton, what in the world are you doing here?
You're keeping the date you asked me for this morning. Boy, today sure is a scorcher, isn't it?
It's a Lulu, Mr. Boynton.
Temperature must be up around 90 somewhere. Oh, you should have seen Mr. Conklin. I was in his office a few minutes ago. He was drinking iced tea and moaning like a stricken ox.
What were you doing in Mr. Conklin's office?
Well, he'd asked me to bring him a quart of ice cream. You know, but a funny thing. When I gave it to him, he didn't eat any. He just scooped out a handful and rubbed it on his forehead.
He just can't take the heat, I guess.
Why should the heat affect him more than the rest of us?
Look, Mr. Boynton, it's a long story. Actually, Walter found out that Mrs. Conklin thinks our beloved principal is getting a cold and insisted that he wear his red flannels.
Red flannels? This time of year? That's pretty silly. I took mine off way back in June. But what is it you wanted to see me about, Miss Brooks?
I wanted to mention Mrs. Davis's club. They're having another clothing drive. Mrs. Davis already has about a dozen suits discarded by fellows in the neighborhood.
Oh, I see.
I just wondered if you'd be interested in the project.
Oh, I certainly am. How much are the suits?
No, you don't understand, Mr. Boynton. These suits are for the underprivileged.
Well?
You're fighting me, Mr. Boynton. You see, Mr. Conklin told me that if his wife finds any old clothes of his at home, I could pick them up in his office after school. Of course, there's nothing definite about it, and I would like to make some kind of a showing with Mrs. Davis. Mr. Boynton, remember the suit you wore when you took me to the zoo last Friday?
Yes, that was my blue serge.
That's right. Remember when we stopped at the aviary and you had your back to the cage?
Yes.
Remember how the peacock stopped to admire himself in the seat of your pants? Now, if you could bring yourself to donate that...
Please, Miss Brooks, you're exaggerating. Not that shiny. Besides, I'm rather attached to that old blue serge. I remember when I bought it. There was a big sale on at Sherry's department store, and when I purchased that suit, the salesman gave me a baseball bat.
You should have hit him with it. I'll take whatever you can spare, Mr. Boynton.
Well, I'll dig something up this afternoon, Miss Brooks. But to get back to Mr. Conklin for a moment.
Must we?
Well, he seemed quite upset by something beside the heat. He said that the large crate right outside his office contained a statue which was sent here by mistake.
I've heard rumors about it.
It must be a pretty racy piece of work. Mr. Conklin has threatened detention for any student caught peeking under the tarpaulin.
Oh, that's ridiculous. It's just a copy of a statue called The Kiss.
The Kiss? I saw a picture of that once in the Encyclopedia Britannica.
And?
Wow.
If we wait until after school when everybody's gone, we can take a good look at the statue if you'd like.
Together?
Yes, just the four of us.
Brooks, I don't like to sound like a prude, but that statue is, well, it's pretty shocking. You see, it shows a man and a woman embracing.
What's so shocking about a man and a woman embracing?
Well, they're not only embracing, they're also kissing.
Well, what's so shocking about that? Married people do it all the time.
Married people?
Yes. Did you ever stop to consider that the two people in that statue might be married?
Say, that's an idea. Well, then it would be perfectly all right.
Of course. For all we know, those two have 4 or 5 little statues at home.
Amos Brooks will return in a moment. We haven't cornered the market on headlines, but it's our firm conviction that news can't happen anywhere without a CBS newsman on the spot or within fast-flying distance to get and report the facts. History doesn't wait on us, but we do the next best thing. CBS News maintains nerve centers in every strategic news capital. Our reporters are backed up by years of experience in the field. CBS newsmen are a fast-living lot. Nobody can break a date and make a plane faster than a CBS newsman. They're an oft-bidden lot, our 20th century news hawks. They're used to traveling light, fast, and often when news is making up. Bill Downs in Rome, Richard C. Hottelet in Bonn, Howard K. Smith and Alexander Kendrick in London, Robert C. Pierpoint in Tokyo, and alert observers in Cairo, Hong Kong, Stockholm, Toronto, and other world news centers are ready to move with the first word of a news break, with or without toothbrush. To get there first, so CBS News can get the facts to you. Daytime, nighttime, anytime, make CBS News your headquarters for headlines. Well, Miss Brooks made the mistake of ordering a statue called the Kiss instead of the Thinker to exhibit before the school assembly on Founders Day. And the Kiss, although artistic, has been declared completely objectionable by the head of the Board of Education. Later that day, Mr. Conklin was waiting for the crated statue to be picked up.
It's 3:30, Daddy. Are you ready to go home?
No, Harriet, I'm not. In pushing that confounded crated statue to a respectable distance from my office door, I ripped my trousers to shreds. If Mr. Stone should see me leaving the premises in the tattered garb of a hobo, I'd never hear the end of it.
Well, Mother sent some of your other suits to the tailor this morning. It's right down the street. Shall I run over and bring one back?
That's just what I had in mind. Now, hurry, child. I can't wait to get out of this haggard-looking garment.
I'll just be a few minutes, Daddy.
Hi, Harriet.
Walter, how come you're still in school?
Oh, your father put me on detention for a week. During lunch hour, he thought he saw me peeking under the tarpaulin of that darn statue. But it really wasn't me. It was somebody that looked like me from the back. And when Mr. Conklin called out to him, he must have run away. And later he grabs me and reads me the riot act.
Well, but that isn't fair, Walter. Can't you prove it wasn't you?
That's what I've just been planning, Harriet. They say a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime, right?
Right.
Well, if the peeping Tom who looks like me comes back, I'll be ready for him. A bunch of the guys in woodshop helped me build a trapdoor right next to the crate. Just let that culprit try to take one more peek under the tarpaulin, and down he goes into a locked room in the basement.
Oh, it sounds pretty complicated, Walter, but I hope it works. You'll have to excuse me now. I've got to do an errand for Daddy.
Yeah, okay, Harriet. I've got to report to him right now. See you later.
Who is it?
Walter Denton, sir.
Are you alone?
Yes, sir.
Then come in.
I finished my detention for today, Mr. Conklin, and I was...
Stop that idiotic simpering, Denton.
That red flannel underwear. You look so...
If you don't desist...
I'm sorry, sir. Say, there's your suit hanging on the chair. Why don't you put it on?
Because I just took it off.
Why'd you take it off?
Because, Master Denton, I wanted to give you an opportunity to see for yourself how screamingly comical I look in long drawers.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it very much.
Now pick up your dunce cap and get out!
Right away, Mr. Conklin. Goodbye, sir.
Of all the lame-brained, gibbering mountebanks. Oh, what's the use? Too hot to get excited. Got to go into my inner office and fetch the electric fan. That'll make it nice and cool. Yes, indeed. Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Mr. Conklin? Oh, he must have gone home. Well, what have we here? A suit on the chair. He came through for the clothing drive after all. Well, I'll just take it along and thank him tomorrow. Mrs. Davis will be so happy to get it. Da-da-da-dum-bum, da-da-da-dum.
Principal's office. Osgood Conklin himself speaking.
This is Harriet, Daddy. The tailor's been awfully busy today, and he won't have any of your suits ready for at least an hour.
What? I can't stand around here in my... I can't wait here all day. Now, just forget about it, Harriet. I'll simply get back into my torn suit and sneak out the back way.
All right, Daddy. Bye.
Goodbye. Now, where did I put that suit again? Oh, yes, it's right here on this empty chair. I'll just slip it on, and in no time at all, on this empty chair!
Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Well, what do you know? Here's the crate. I think I'll take a little peek at this statue before they cart it away. I'll just lift up this tarpaulin. What happened? Where am I?
Welcome aboard, Miss Brooks.
What are you doing down here?
I'm a victim of my own invention. I was trying to catch a guy who Mr. Conklin thought was me, so I built this trap door. But when I went to test it, it backfired on me.
You've got to get out of here. Have you tried that side door?
Oh, I did better than that. I locked that door from the outside. Yeah, this little old supply room won't be opened again until the custodian comes in on Monday.
Monday? You mean we're trapped in here all alone?
We're not alone anymore,
This is most embarrassing.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's kind of clubby.
Brooks, what are you doing here?
Same thing you are, only I admitted I was curious.
How do we get out of here?
We can't. Isn't it awful?
Now, this is a serious matter, Miss Brooks. There's probably not a living soul within sound of our voices.
We've got a fourth. Canasta, anyone?
Mr. Conklin.
Yeah, and he's still in those red flannels.
Oh, I'm warning you, Denton. Who said canasta, anyone? It's a woman. Miss Brooks!
Yeah, but the door's locked from the outside, Mr. Conklin.
That's got nothing to do with it. Here, this crowbar will do the trick. Oh, get it. It's working. It's opening. We're free. Free, you hear? Free!
Now, calm down, Mr. Conklin. You're hysterical.
Let go of me!
You better take his other arm, Walter. He'll hurt himself.
Yeah, I got him.
Well, it's nice of you to drop in, Mr. Stone.
Mr. Stone!
Mr. Stone's been stunned by the fall.
Oh, Mr. Boynton. Miss Brooks, what happened?
You were naughty.
Never mind that. Where's Mr. Conklin? I'm positive I saw him before I blacked out.
Well, he became quite panicky when he saw you, Mr. Stone. In fact, only a moment ago, Mr. Boynton and Walter Denton here were each holding a sleeve of his red flannels. As you can see, they're still holding them.
I don't understand. If they were each holding a sleeve of his underwear, how did he get out?
Same way he got into this room. Trap door.
Song the New Garden transcribed is produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Eddie Quillen with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, and Joseph Kearns. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. At school one day, 'twas heard to say, I think you all should know. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Nord.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern electric and gas ranges, automatic and wringer washers, water heaters, and home freezers, originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, and the Smith twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red.
Hiya, Rod.
Hi.
Feeling pretty high tonight, aren't we?
Oh, but with dialogue like this, how can we miss? Hey, Red, aren't you going to give me something to joke about tonight?
Yeah. How about taking a look at your last week's salary? Hey, by the way, you should have gone with me and Georgia. We went down to Tijuana, Mexico last week.
Oh, I've got a joke for that. So you went to Mexico, huh, Red?
Yeah.
Well, I don't like it because it's so full of foreigners. How was your trip, Red?
Well, it's great. Georgia drove me down. She has a big whip.
Didn't you tell me that old car of yours made that trip?
Yeah, we only had trouble once. That's when the tow car had a flat. We stopped for lunch in San Diego, and then we drove right to the border. We arrived in Tijuana, and the whole town was celebrating.
Tijuana celebrated?
No, San Diego.
Well, did you bring back any souvenirs?
Yeah, quite a few. They let me take all of them I wanted out of the country but one.
What was that?
A valuable pearl necklace. The most beautiful necklace you've ever seen in your life, and they wouldn't let me bring it back.
Well, why wouldn't they let you take it out?
It was still around the woman's neck. That's what caused the trouble.
You mean caused the customs men to go through all your baggage?
Yeah, but I fixed them. I put a great big mousetrap in my valise.
Oh, no, Red. Did it work?
Huh?
Did it work?
Well, I think it did, yeah. I stuck my nose in and it went wham.
Well, I thought your nose was better looking recently.
Do what?
I said I thought your nose was better looking recently.
Anybody out of work like a job real quick?
No, seriously, Red, what are those officials on the lookout for?
Well, they're lookout for liquor. Now, this next one you keep your mouth shut. Liquor, dope, boll weevil, and anything that might be bad.
Well, what happened after you checked your bags?
They passed my luggage and they rejected me.
Well, that must have been embarrassing.
Oh, it wasn't that much, so much that as I got mighty uncomfortable hanging on that hook in the check room, though.
Well, aren't you trying to get back to the good old California sun?
Yes, huh?
I said, aren't you glad to get back to the good old California sun?
Yeah, but it seems like all this California sunshine's going down the drain lately.
Here are the Smith twins to sing Black Ball Fairy Line.
line up in Seattle, where the sun shines seldom shines up in Seattle. All the whistles go toot and the bells go clank, and the ferry boats are chunking right along, right along, right along, right along. All the people love to ride the Blue Pacific on the Black Ball ferry line to be specific, while the whistles go toot and the bells go clank, and the ferry boats are chunking right along, right along, right along, right along. Up on the upper deck, the view is great by heck. You love your gallop-peck, and you love it. And when the whistles blow, you hate to go below, 'cause that's a signal that the fun is nearly over. On the Black Ball ferry line up in Seattle, every single GOP and Democrat will hear the whistles go toot and the bells go clank, and the ferry boats are chugging right along, right along, right along, right along. Get aboard when the weather's fine. Take your pick of the ferries on the Black Ball line. There's the LA Heat and the Chippewa and the Grella Ute, the Kalakala. You find all these on the Black Ball line, on the Black Ball ferry line up in Seattle. Every single GOP and Democrat will hear the whistles go toot and the bells go clank, and the ferry boats are chugging right along, 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 right along.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could cook your meals by remote control? Well, if you have a new Norge 4-way automatic electric range, you really can cook by remote control. You can set the deep well cooker, the high-low surface unit, the appliance outlet, or the oven on automatic. Then go about your business. Take off for the afternoon if you want to. Norge will turn itself on, cook the food for the right time at the right temperature, and turn itself off again. How's that for convenience? And here's something else about the new Norge electric range. It's speedy. All the surface elements have 7 heat speeds and self-cleaning flat tops. That means extra contact area with pans, so foods cook faster. Then there's a super-speed rocket element that gets red hot in seconds. With all the good electric ranges you hear about these days, it might be hard to decide on the one you want. But believe me, if you want the finest electric range you can buy at a really sensible price, you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. Tonight, the stories and poems from our Skelton scrapbook of satire are about dancing.
Chapter 1 is Open the West for Dancing.
Whoa! Whoa! Ah, come on, Osborne! Whoa! I'm going to have to get his brakes relined, I guess.
Did I? If you want to stop, why don't you drag your feet on
That's
the ground?
a good idea.
Yeah. See? He stopped.
Yeah, but I got to get my boots resoled now. Up to the ankles. Well, here we are, back in town again.
Yeah, I guess they was expecting us, too. They got the welcome mat out in front of that jail.
Yeah, right.
I see by that big banner that the Better Business League is giving a dance tonight. Why don't you go on in?
Oh, I couldn't go to one of them fancy dances. I don't know one of them modern steps.
Why don't you go in and learn the new dances? Why, so you might have fun.
Oh?
Yeah, and besides, you being at that dance will make a lot of citizens very happy.
Well, how's that?
Oh, they won't be worrying about their savings in the bank.
Oh, I don't steal from the bank. The last time I took any money out of there, I cashed a check. Let's mosey by and see if they're still in business. Well, what do you know? My check ain't stopped bouncing yet.
Here's the building where they're giving dancing lessons.
Yeah.
Why don't you go on in?
Okay, see you later.
Okay.
Howdy, ma'am.
Well, what is this? Trick or treat?
No, I just dropped in to learn the latest jigs.
If you want to dance with me, the first thing you'll have to unload that artillery.
Okay. Get rid of my guns here. bet he gets tired before I do. 'Cause I ain't lifting nothing. There, now, how about the ones under my arms? Will they be all right? I better get rid of them, too. There's no use being half safe. Now, ma'am, what dance would be advisable to learn? There's a new word for you, visible.
Tonight, the waltz will be featured.
Yeah?
Now, you place your right arm gently around the lady's waist,
Oh?
and you hold her right hand gently in your left hand.
Oh? Arm around the waist and then hold her hand like this, huh?
Right. Now, do you know what to do next?
I feel to see if I still got my wallet. I think I got it. Now, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. How about that? I've never done that before.
Dance?
No, can't afford.
Now, I'll start the Victrola.
That's a Victrola.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now, just glide.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
How am I doing?
You do a lot of roller skating, don't you?
Say, I could do better, but this floor's a little lumpy.
Those lumps on the floor are my feet.
Oh. I'm sorry, ma'am. Am I stepping on your feet?
Well, if you aren't, I wish you'd stop trying to put your feet in my shoes.
Well, I think I got it now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Have you had lessons, or does the turkey trot just come to you naturally? You're a good dancer.
Oh?
You know a lot of tricky steps.
Oh, they're not really tricky steps, ma'am. I just got back from California, and I learned this dodging drunk drivers. Say, there was a novelty out there last week. They arrested an actor for sober driving. Don't think I'll be at the dance. I better stay over at the Red Devil Saloon.
Oh, but Deadeye, we need men like you at the dance.
I'd like to come to your dance, but I've got 2 handicaps. My feet.
Well, you think it over. And if you decide to come back to our dance, I'll save my first one for you.
Good heavens!
Is there anything else?
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Well, yes, ma'am. I find it difficult to tear myself away from you.
Really?
Yes, my spurs got on the hem of your dress. Not many people at the Red Devil Saloon tonight, is there?
No, they're all over at the big dance.
Oh. It's kind of dead in here for Saturday, ain't it?
Yeah, mighty dead.
Yeah.
See, the boss's partner's playing a game of solitaire.
Well, I knew one of these days he'd catch himself cheating. Yes, sir, it's mighty dead in here tonight, and it's getting deader by the minute.
Here you are, Deadeye, your favorite drink.
Well, here's smog in your eyes.
Here's your chaser.
Thank you. Boy, I gotta learn to not mix water with that stuff. When I borrow your vest, I just blew my stomach out. Hey, look who's coming across the street. Why, it's that old bow-legged gal of mine, Clammy Jane.
Well, she ain't so bow-legged.
No? How come she can walk on both sides of the street at the same time?
Do you mind if I horn in?
Howdy, gal.
Hey, Deadeye, why didn't you take me to the dance?
Oh, this is an exclusive affair. They only allow human beings in here. You can see this part wasn't written for this girl, can't you?
You know, I really think you ought to go to the dance, Deadeye.
Yeah?
Two-Gun is mad because the dance hurts the Saturday night business. So his henchmen are going to break it up.
Oh, they are, huh? Well, they can't do that. The citizens aim to have a refined dance. They're going to aim to bring refined dancing to the West, and I aim to help them, even if I have to aim. Well, there's a friggin' line in it.
All right, boys, you got your orders.
Howdy. Here to start trouble, Two-Gun?
Yeah, you on my side?
Nope. I'll be on your neck the first wrong move you make.
Oh, did I? I'm so glad you came. I saved you the first dance, like you said.
I'll take it, miss.
Put that knife away, Two-Gun. There's no cutting in this dance.
Look, I don't want to have any trouble with you, Deadeye, so scram. Go rob a bank before I hurt you.
Listen, wise guy. The last guy I hit was arrested for flying without a license.
I said I'd take the first dance, miss.
The young lady asked me.
I'll overlook that. Besides, this little prairie chicken don't want to dance with no criminal.
Before you take your hands off of my shoulder as a friendly tip, you better feel the muscle in my arm. You feel my muscle?
Yeah.
Well, how did you find it? I never could find it.
All right, weak boy, step back.
To give you an idea how weak I am, I'm going to take this 2x4 and break it with my bare hands. Watch this. Does anybody know how to bandage broken fingers? Shall we dance, gal?
You take one step toward that floor.
Take your hands off of that gun. There's a lady present.
Maybe the ladies would like to leave.
Would the ladies leave the room? And that's the piano player, too. Thank you, piano player. You were driving me nuts. Now, I'll have a couple of words with you, Two-Gun. Well, I hope I made myself clear. Ladies, the dance will now continue.
Thank you, Deadeye.
The dance. I got that off one of them television English movies. The dance. I'll have that dance now, ma'am. Hey, Sagebrush Rose, please. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Careful, Deadeye. Don't you think we should remove the bodies off the dance floor?
Yeah, you know, until the West gets accustomed to party dancing, we'd better build a pavilion with a slanting floor. That's so that the bodies can roll to one side without...
Dave Rose and the orchestra now play Red Sombrero. let's hear this week's homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Here's a trick to remember next time you're peeling oranges for salad or dessert. Pour boiling water over the unpeeled fruit and let it stand for 5 minutes. The white membrane will peel right off with the skin of the orange. Anytime you need boiling water in a hurry, the super speed rocket element on the new Norge is mighty handy.
Yes, and there's nothing slow about the regular Norge surface elements. Those new flat-top units are fast. And all the surface elements, including the high-low deep-well cooker, have 7 heat speeds instead of the usual 5. Of course, one of the finest features of the new Norge electric range is the big blended heat oven. The heat you set is the heat you get everywhere in the oven. Yet Norge blended heat is so efficient that it bakes with the electricity off 3/4 of the time. Why don't you just go see these new Norge electric ranges at your Norge dealers? Because you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
The Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, Chapter 2, A Dime a Dance. Willie Lump Lump, at a dime a dance, tried a new step in very tight pants. On the slick floor he tripped. There was a very long rip. He left the floor in a very stiff stance.
All right, going in now. Pretty girls, beautiful dancing partners. New York's finest 10 cents a dime.
Ah, shut up, Will. I want to dance with a girl who looks like Hedy Lamarr. You guys girls look like Hedy Lamarr.
Well, we had them that look like Lana Turner, Betty Grable, Jane Russell.
No Hedy Lamarr, huh? Well, there must be another dance hall around here someplace. You know, pal, to look at me, I'll bet you'll never guess that I won the dancing cup for loving one time.
You mean a loving cup for dancing, don't you?
I messed it up. Let me work my own way out. I mean dancing cup for loving. This is when the bunny hug was popular.
All right, Seawolf, move on. You're causing an undercurrent. It's a peaceful night, and let's keep it that way.
Yeah, it is a peaceful night. Isn't it a beautiful night? Oh, just look at that. Ah, good heavens. Such a beautiful night. Me without a car, and Mulholland Drive unpatrolled. Hey, I'm going to do a few dances. I'm going to dance some.
Well, you can try it.
Okay, I'll see you later. You want to come in? I'll treat you to a dance.
Oh, no, thanks. My wife don't allow me to dance with other men.
Oh.
Dancing inside, pretty girls. Slide and slink with Tammy Fink. Dancing inside.
Hey, where are you going? What are you coming here for?
I just came in here to dance,
Yeah?
that's all. I don't want no rough stuff.
Okay, but I'm warning you. The first wrong move, out you go.
Look, Bud, I am a man of distinction. A man of distinction. I get stinking every night. Boy, only look at the women. Hey, it's a nice place you got here. A nice class of people. Look, there's Bill Bindex. Pardon me. Bill Bindex, could I have your autograph?
I'll give you poison, wise guy.
I'm sorry, you look like Bill Bindex.
I warn you, Bub, don't go out insulting our hostesses.
Oh?
She happens to be a debutante.
A debutante?
Yeah, she just came out last year.
What from, a gopher hole? I've seen better looking pans than the rice boxes. Does she have a license to wear a face like that? Boy, that's a dangerous weapon, that is. That's a dangerous weapon. She could walk into Norm Thalen's place and 19 people would take the pledge.
Hey, here comes a nice girl.
Oh?
One of our most popular hostesses.
Oh, she is different. I like the way her arms touch the floor when she...
Howdy, Butch.
Well, it's good to see you for a minute. Like, just let me look at you and reminisce. And I thought Gargantua was gone.
Who's the guy with the rocket head?
Who's the guy with the rocket head? My name is Willie Lump Lump. That's spelled with 2 lumps.
Have you tried penicillin? You want to dance?
Well, you think it'd be an even match?
Oh, the wife guy. What's wrong with me?
Oh, nothing. I'm just kidding you. Why, you're like Hedy Lamarr, Betty Grable, and Lana Turner all rolled into one.
Oh, am I that beautiful?
That big.
Well, buy your dance ticket confused, before I get a little benzene and remove you.
Yeah. Okay, here's my dime.
Here's your ticket.
Okay, let's dance.
That's all.
What was the ticket for, speeding?
Another dime, please.
Is that all I get? I didn't even get a chance to take a breath. Look, I want to dance.
Look, if you want the next dance, it'll cost you another 10 cents.
Have you got a toothpick?
What do you want that for?
I want to prop my eyelids open. I might blink at the wrong time and miss the next dance.
The way you dance, I'll need money for a Band-Aid.
Oh, here's $1. Now, this time, let's move our feet.
You want to pay me now for the next dance?
What do you mean? This one's over? Boy, these new songs don't stay popular very long, do they?
What do you expect for a dime? A symphony?
No, I don't want a symphony, but I came in here for a regular dance. Who makes these arrangements? Reader's Digest? I didn't even get time to fix my knees.
Hey, you looking for trouble?
No, I ain't, but, I know where this, If I'd known that the dances were going to be this short, I wouldn't have taken off my galoshes.
Look, synthetic brain. You got your money's worth.
Nah.
Let's sit down. I'm tired.
I don't want to sit down. I want to dance.
Look, this is an admission.
I don't think this is quite what Petrillo had in mind. All I've got to say is that this is a gap joint. A gyp joint.
Not so loud. The manager will hear you.
I don't care if the whole world isn't. Who is the manager, anyhow?
That 6'2" guy over there with the muscles.
I don't care if he's 8'15" tall. I repeat, this is a gyp joint.
I warned you now. Out you go.
Here, let go of my collar. Here. Open the door. Open the door. Somebody open the door.
Hey, be careful where you're falling.
Well, the way I came out, I don't have much joy.
And see that you stay out of here, bub.
Look, let's be fair about this. We'll flip a coin. Heads, I stay out, and tails, I get my money back.
Okay. You got a coin?
Sure.
Then I'll flip it.
Look, you big boy.
What's the matter?
You could have waited until I got the coin out of my hand before you flipped it.
This is Ron O'Connor saying, remember, in electric and gas ranges, refrigerators, home freezers, washers, and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Make a date with yourself to stop at your Norge dealer soon to see the new Norge 4-way automatic electric range. The range that cooks automatically by remote control. The range that cooks fast. The range that bakes with the electricity off 3/4 of the time. The range that gives you real quality and convenience at a price that makes sense. Yes, see the new Norge electric range. And now, until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
A for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello. Come over here. Isn't it wonderful to be back in California, Lou?
Oh, Abbott, it's nice to be back in California.
Yes.
Boy, did I have fun coming in on a plane. I told jokes, and all the passengers rolled on the floor.
Were your jokes that funny?
No, I loosened all their safety belts.
Hey, what about that beautiful blonde?
Top each other, huh?
What about that beautiful blonde? You know, the one you met in New York. Are you going to write to her?
It's no use, Abbott. I couldn't get to first base with her.
Why not?
Her husband was on second.
Oh, you idiot. You idiot. I don't know what woman would see in you anyway.
Oh, I guess I'm just irresistible. Well, even tonight, coming down here on the bus, the lady conductor punched out, "I love you," on my transfer.
Oh. Costello, you'll never be happy. Like my wife, Betty, and I.
Oh, yes.
Did you see her tonight? Oh, Betty. Oh, didn't she look beautiful, Lou?
Yeah, she was wearing her new makeup.
Yes.
Dutch Cleanser No. 4.
Never mind that. Did my brother Norman meet you at the airport?
Yes, and right away he dragged me into a joint to celebrate. Abbott, Norman had one bottle of beer and passed out cold.
My brother Norman passed out from drinking one bottle of beer.
He didn't drink it. I hit him over the head with it.
You idiot.
You know he parts his hair in the middle now?
Yes, all right, wait a minute, just a minute. Didn't I see you and your brother Pat down at San Pedro this morning? What were you doing there?
Well, Pat was trying to buy one of them new Navy surplus boats. He'd have got one, too, if he hadn't have been a veteran.
Well, what do you and your brother Pat want with a boat? You know nothing about boats.
Oh, is that so, Abbott? I joined the Navy when I was 4 years old.
How did you do that?
I lied about my age.
Who did you sail with?
Who did I sail with?
Yes.
I was on a ship with Captain Epson.
I never heard of Captain Epson.
He's an old salt.
Look, did you have any dangerous experiences in the Navy?
Well, one time a schooner capsized on me.
What did you do?
What could I do? I wiped off the bar and ordered another one.
Oh, don't be a dope, Lou. I don't believe you've ever been to sea. You know absolutely nothing about the sea.
Abbott, it so happens tonight that my bedtime story is going to be all about the sea. It's the story of Moby Dick. I tell the story all by myself, Abbott, and I don't need any help from you. So why don't you call up the Automobile Club and show them what a real wreck looks like?
All right, now, look. Go ahead and tell your story.
Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale.
Yes,
and Moby Dick, as I said before,
he
was a big whale.
A mammal.
A
whale is a mammal.
You're interrupting a little early.
I said a whale is a mammal.
Yes, he was a mammal.
Yeah.
He was not a mammal,
Yeah.
Abbott. How could he be a mammal? His name was Dick. He was a papal, and he had 7 fiddles. Now, shut up and let me tell a story.
All right, go ahead.
You're getting me a little burnt up already.
Take it easy. Don't get excited now.
I'm not getting excited.
All right, you look it.
Oh, do I? Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale, and he lived in the ocean. He loved to swim. When the water came up, he'd swim in. When the water went down, he'd swim out.
Yeah, he swam with the tide.
Yes. Could I have that again?
He swam with the tides. Tides.
Oh, he didn't wear any ties. He was so big, he couldn't get a pair of ties to fit him, Abbott. Yes, but don't get me mixed up in the story now. I'm getting a little mad.
Go ahead.
Now I gotta be nice again.
All right, go ahead.
Now, nobody could catch Moby Dick.
When do we laugh at this thing?
They're laughing before they're supposed to.
All right.
Don't laugh now, folks.
All right, take it easy.
Now, when anybody come after Moby Dick, he'd squirt water at them through his nose.
Not nose, spout. Spout.
Yes, he spout.
Yeah.
Spout time, you keep your big mouth shut. Now, Abbott, let me finish the story.
Well, go ahead, I'm waiting for the finish.
Now, one day, Moby Dick was swimming along, and he passed a shark that was choking up a skew. What kind of shark?
Now, who said that?
I did. That's in case you asked.
I'm not interested.
This was a pool shark. Now, get out of here before I bank your head in the side pocket.
Nah, take it easy.
Now, Moby Dick was hungry. He was very hungry for a big whale, so he grabbed a great big clam.
Abalone?
Huh? What'd you say?
Abalone.
Abbott, this is no baloney. This is a true story.
No, you said anything about baloney. Who said it?
Who did?
You did. I didn't say anything.
What did you say?
I said abalone.
There you go. You said it again.
No, you dummy. I said the whale was eating abalone.
Where would the whale get baloney in the ocean?
No.
Abbott, he was eating a great big clam.
Abalone is a clam.
How do you like that? They're making baloney out of clams.
No. They don't make baloney out of clams. The kind of clam I'm talking about is abalone.
A clam is abalone?
That's right.
One of us is nuts. Abbott, why don't you baloney up and let me finish my story.
You mean clam.
Didn't you just tell me that clam is abalone?
That's right.
Well, if you don't shut your clam, I'll hit you over the head with a baloney.
All right, now, don't get excited.
Now, Moby Dick was a friendly whale. He liked to play with the fish, especially the itty-bitty little fishy.
Guppies?
Sure, he... What was that?
Guppies. Haven't you ever heard of guppies?
Oh, I listen to Guppies all the time. Guppy's Tavern. Now, Moby Dick was swimming along. One day he saw a swordfish fighting with a mackerel. The swordfish stabbed the mackerel, then he stabbed him again, then he stabbed him again, then he stabbed him again.
Poor little
mackerel.
Then he stabbed him again. Poor little mackerel must have been full of holes.
Yeah, he was a holy mackerel.
Hold on.
Will you stop laughing now?
Well, when do we laugh at it?
I'm not even finished with the story yet. Now, then the swordfish saw Moby Dick, and he lunged at him. And he lunged at him. And Moby Dick lunged at the swordfish, and the swordfish lunged at Moby Dick.
Well, what happened?
They had lunch together. And then Moby Dick paid the check. He was a very wealthy whale, Abbott. He owned stores all over the country.
Oh, now, look, don't get silly. What kind of store's got a whale?
Abbott, ain't you never heard of the whale and drugstores?
Well, all right, go ahead.
Now, Moby Dick didn't feel so good, so he went to see the Dr. Fish.
Dr. Fish?
Yeah, he was a famous surgeon.
Well,
well, he was, too. He was a great physician. Now, when he got to the surgeon's office, there was a walrus in there having a tooth pulled.
Not tooth, tusk.
Huh?
Tusk.
Oh, yes. Well, tusk you and a couple of poo-poo.
All right.
Now, also in the surgeon's office was a big fish with Band-Aids stuck on both sides of his jaw.
What was the matter with him?
He was plastered to the gills.
Oh. Why didn't he come to the surgeon's office?
Well, he just dropped in for the halibut.
For the halibut? All right, go ahead.
Then a quartet of fish came in and started singing.
Now, wait a minute. A quartet of fish?
Oh, what a quartet of it. First tuna, second tuna, barracuda, and bass. They sang for scale. They were always good for a fin apiece. Suddenly a voice hollered, "I's regusted, brother crawfish. Let's all go home."
Who was that?
That was a kingfish.
The king?
Now, on the way home, Moby Dick, he passed a school of fish.
Well, what kind of fish?
How do I know what kind of fish?
Well, were they weak fish?
What do I know about their physical condition?
All right.
All I know that a couple of them were Gershwin fish.
Gershwin fish?
Yeah, Porgy and Bess.
Now, look, just a minute. Porgy and Bess had nothing to do with this.
Oh, they did, too.
Oh, no.
Some of our best tunas come from Porgy and Bess. I got plenty of nothing.
Oh, stop, Costello. This is ridiculous. What happened to Moby Dick?
Now we're getting near the end.
That's it. Come on.
Very sad ending, Abbott.
All right, let's hear it.
One day he swam away and nobody ever saw the big whale again. He swam away. Abbott, you're supposed to say Costello. I'll tell you where he went. And I say you keep out of this. Okay,
listen.
now.
Go ahead. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
I actually would ask you
I started the story and I'm going to finish it. Whales are just like elephants, Abbott. They have a graveyard where they go to die. No matter where a whale lives, he goes to the whale's graveyard to die. Whales swim thousands of miles. From the Pacific Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, against currents, over reefs, through storms, hurricanes, typhoons, and monsoons. They swim and they swim until they get to the whale graveyard. And when they get there, Abbott, they die.
They die?
Yeah, it's the trip that kills them.
Experience is the best teacher.
Remember during the war when we all had experiences like this?
Joe, look. 3 whole packs of cigarettes. Of course, I walked 23 blocks to find them, but...
Did you find any camels? No, not a camel in the bunch. Oh, well, a cigarette's a smoke these days. But say, smoking all these different kinds sure makes you realize more than ever how good camels are.
Yes, during that wartime cigarette shortage, smokers smoked whatever brand they could get. They compared the different brands, whether they intended to or not. That experience taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Yes, millions have found that Camels suit their T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, to a T. They've found that their taste delights in the rich, full flavor of Camels, that their throats welcome Camel's cool mildness. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel.
Time to light up a Camel and listen to Skinny Amos sing.
You'll always be the one I love. Every hour, every day, every year. You'll always be the one I love. Through each smile, through each sigh, through each tear. My heart will feel the same old glow. Even though the stars may fade from above, I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one I love. You'll always be the one I love. Through each smile, through each sigh, through each tear, my heart will feel the same old glow. Even though the stars may fade from above, I promise there will be no other arms for me. You'll always be the one I love.
Out on a fishing party, Abbott. I think I'll make it formal. No fish admitted without tails. Wait right here, Abbott. I'll go over to room 310 and get the license.
Go ahead. Oh, that dummy, I hope he gets a license without balling things up. Wait a minute. 310? That's the Marriage License Bureau. Costello! Uh-oh. Oh, it's too late. He's gone.
How do you do, clerk? I'm Lou Costello, and I'd like to take out a license.
A license? Well, congratulations, Mr. Costello. Where did you find her?
Government surplus.
No kidding. Say, were there many of them down there?
Oh, sure, hundreds of them. Some from the Coast Guard, some from the Marines, some from the Navy, and 2 or 3 from private parties.
Were most of them in good shape?
Nah, a lot of them needed a new bridge. On some, the paint was cracked. Others were bulging a little at the seams, but I picked the best one.
Yes, sure, I'll bet you did. When does the ceremony take place?
Tomorrow. I'm going to shove her into the Pacific Ocean.
Attaboy. Right away, show her who's the boss.
Oh, I'll be the master, all right. I'm going to start the ceremony by cracking a bottle of champagne on her nose.
Brother, you got the right idea. By the way, how old is she?
Oh, she's pretty old. But she'll be all right when she gets the barnacles scraped off.
Barnacles? Barnacles, eh? I thought mine was bad just because you had a couple of bunions.
Bunions? Bunions on a boat?
Costello! Yeah, Costello, come out of here. Come on.
Hey, Abbott, this guy is nuts. His boat's got bunions.
Who's talking about boats?
I am. That's what I want a license for.
Look, this is the Marriage License Bureau, Costello. I've got the boat license. Come on. We'll pick up Skinny and Marilyn and start off on that fishing trip. Hurry up.
Hiya, fellas. Well, I'm all ready to go out on the boat with you, Costello. You're going on this boat in that outfit? What's the idea of wearing a woman's nightgown and carrying a doll?
That's in case the boat sinks. You know the rule of the sea. Women and children first.
Skinny, why don't you crawl up in the crow's nest?
What for? Get one of those crows to sit on that egg you just laid.
Ah, there you are, Louis, my love. My, what a beautiful boat.
Marilyn, my sweet, let's you and I sail away to some tropical island. We'll sit alone in the moonlight and I'll sing a romantic song in your ear like beer barrel polka.
Oh, but Louis, there's nothing romantic about a beer barrel.
There is if you drink the beer first.
Ah, Louis, my love, you're so cute. When we get back from this boat trip, I'm going to take you to my house.
Yes?
I'll fix you a big dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Roast duck, chocolate cake, strawberry ice cream. And then after dinner, we'll go in the living room.
Oh, yes.
And have a demi-tasse.
I knew it. I knew you weren't treating me that nice for nothing.
Well, Costello, I weighed the anchor and we're ready to cast off. Get up on the bridge there and act as first mate.
Aye, aye, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Haul anchor!
Haul anchor!
Port you're missing!
Port you're missing!
Loop your poop deck!
Loop your poop deck!
Batten down the hatches. Run up the rigging. Reef in the mainsail. Furl those spinsail. Hard to starboard. Man the foresail.
Loop your poop deck!
Costello, I thought you were a sailor. Look, you got the helm caught in the rigging.
Well, get the helm out of here.
Hello, Louie.
such a lousy sailor.
Who said that? That's the ship's parrot.
Oh. Hello, Polly. Polly, want a cracker? Polly, want a cracker? Polly, want a cracker? That's all I hear. Why don't somebody offer me a ride Christie?
Never mind that bird, Costello. I should never come on this fishing trip with you. But there's dangerous reefs out there. There's a storm coming up. Now man the wheel and get us through those reefs.
Aye, aye, sir. What a terrible storm. This is my chance to be a hero. Can I get my ship and my crew safely through these savage seas? Can I navigate the swirling waters of the jagged reef? Can I bring my ship untouched through the treacherous shoals? Well, evidently not.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Lady in the Lake. Assisted by the 4 hits, Marilyn sings for Camel fans everywhere, Wish I May, Wish I Might.
Needles,
Pins,
triplets,
twins.
When a man marries, his trouble begins.
When a man dies, his trouble ends. Let's touch thumbs and see who wins.
Wish I may, wish I might, get the wishes I'm wishing tonight. A young cadet, blonde or brunette, a Romeo in search of Juliet. Wish I might, wish I may, get the wishes I'm wishing today. A lot of noise, a lot of boys, and an awful lot of poise. I want a date who'll stay out late, a brother rat who'll leave me flat, won't rave, plus an orchid from New York, a raft of taffeta will be round me, scads of lads will hound me, and they will cheer for the belle of the brawl of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight and get the wish I may, I might.
I wish I may.
Wish I had a dozen roses.
I wish I might.
Wish I had the proper clothes.
I wish I may.
Wish I had a slinky hairdo.
I wish I might.
Wish my evening gown was bare too.
I wish I may.
I would knock the little eyes out if I could get the wish I wish tonight. Wish I didn't have a chaperone. Wish we had a chance to be all alone. We could slip away and tell jokes and drink cokes, but we're afraid the prof would never condone it. So we wish we may, we wish we might.
Wish I may.
Wish we had a secret hideaway.
Wish I might.
And a car in which to drive away.
Wish I may.
In a private rendezvous we'll stand.
Wish I might.
What an invitation to romance. So just say needle, twist, Give a yell, give a cheer, for the belle of the brawl of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight, 'cause that's the wish I may. I might.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
You have probably heard about that survey. 3 leading independent research organizations put this question to 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness hit the spot with doctors as with millions of other smokers. If you're not smoking Camels now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't welcomed by your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't mighty acceptable to your throat. See if you too don't say, yes, Camels certainly suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, now you've done it, Costello. We're shipwrecked on this deserted island. We can't even tell where we are.
I could tell in a minute if I had one of those little round gadgets.
What little round gadget?
You know that little round thing with a needle in it that says north by east, north, south, east by east by southwest, west by south, west by southwest, south by north, south by northwest.
Wait a minute, you mean a compass?
Isn't it funny I can never remember that word?
Well, I wish we knew where we were.
Hey, Abbott, we're in the land of the Incas.
How do you know?
If I didn't... There you are, the 4 Inca spots.
The Incas.
Oh, Louis, honey, we've got to get off this island. I just saw 4 big Incas.
Yeah, they're 4 of the biggest Incas I ever saw. But don't worry, Marilyn, darling. You're talking to a great sailor, a great fisherman. I'll get us off this island.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding sea, you'll always find Costello, for a fisherman is he. Lou Costello, the famous fisherman.
I was hitting the puss with a salmon while the salmon was in the can.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding sea, you'll always find Costello, for a fisherman is he. He went sailing before he became a blimp.
My father used me for bait 'cause I was a little shrimp.
Costello, I didn't know you were so fond of the sea.
I'm a regular Isaac Walton. It's in my blood. My red corpuscles go in and out with the tide. The Costellos were all great sailors, Abbott, all the way back to 1492.
America was discovered by Christopher Costello. There never was a sailor who was neater. He sailed the ocean in his 3 famous boats.
The Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Anita. They're running at Hollywood Park. Bazooka is going to the front. Bingo is second. Clinker is third. Coming into the stretch, it's Rosebud in front. Bonnie B by 4 lengths. Firefly is third by 8. And the winner is Girdle. They let him out in the stretch.
Ah, Louis, my little stout trout. What thrilling adventures you must have had on the ocean.
Yes, I had mal de mer, too.
Mal de mer?
Yup, that's French for you can't take it with you.
Oh, Louis, you're so smart and wonderful. Dear Louis, to me, you're a hero in bell-bottom slacks.
When I'm on the sea, I'm the pride of the waves and the wax.
When you're at my side, I could sail in a sea full of squalls.
Let's go for a ride.
Yes, yes.
In a barrel down Niagara Falls.
He's a sailor man and a fisherman too. He's the smartest fisherman you ever knew.
Avast, ye lovers, make fast the mainsail, strip down the mizzenmast, swab those decks, you dirty swabs. Lube the poop deck.
Hey, Costello. Wait a minute. Do you mean to tell me that you really understand all of those nautical terms?
Did I say something nautical? I'm sorry.
No. I mean, do you understand navigation?
Yeah, but I'm a real navigator. When I was a baby, I'd play with boats just like a sailor. And then as a Boy Scout, I learned to tie knots just like a sailor. Then last night, I whistled at a girl just like a sailor.
How did you make out?
Shake hands with a landlubber. But I love the ocean. When I see the sea, then my heart starts to melt. I have fished every fish, and I've smelled every smelt. I've dueled in the sun with a swordfish. I have frolicked with Finn and with Paddy. But I can eat fish because I'm a potter, and a fish may be somebody's daddy. I swam with the fish in the lakes and the pools. I got a degree from attending their schools. I once kissed a mermaid just for a laugh, and now that same mermaid is my better half. Many brave hearts are asleep in that deep. So beware,
Costello! How's it feel to be away down there?
I'm feeling mighty low.
Costello, there's only one way we can get off this island. Somebody has got to swim to the mainland and get help. Here, buckle on this life preserver and get going.
Okay, Abbott. I'll go behind these bushes, take off my clothes, put on the life preserver, and I'll swim for help.
Oh, this is terrible, Mr. Abbott. We're slowly starving to death.
Yeah, Costello's been gone for 4 days and 4 nights.
Poor Costello. I'm glad I gave him that life preserver. I can see him battling those waves, struggling through that surf, I will. Oh, my goodness, my mind's off it. But for 4 days and 4 nights, I wonder what's taking him so long. Hey, look! It's Costello. He's back. He's made it.
Oh, Louis, honey, you don't know how I've worried for 4 days and 4 nights while we waited for you to come back.
Costello, I've never been so happy to see you. I'm glad you're back, Lou.
Back? I didn't even start yet. How in the heck do you get into this life preserver?
What?
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarettes.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Van Nuys, California, U.S. Army Pratt General Hospital, Coral Gables, Florida, U.S. Naval Hospital, Brooklyn, New York, U.S. Marine Hospital, Cleveland, Ohio, and Veterans Hospital, Newcastle, Delaware.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Well, Costello, tomorrow's Valentine's Day.
Yes, Abbott, and I've written a beautiful Valentine poem all for you.
Oh, that's very sweet. Would you like to read it?
Certainly. Here it goes. What Harpo means to Groucho and Chico, what Cougat means to Tico Tico, what Molly means to Fibber McGee, what a few beads mean to Gypsy Rose Lee, what a patch on the seat means to the pants of a fellow, Abbott, my pal, that's what you mean to Lou Costello.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
When the tobacco in your pipe is full-flavored and rich, when it smokes cool and mild, why, that's pipe appeal. And the way to enjoy that kind of pipe appeal is to remember that PA stands both for pipe appeal and for Prince Albert. Yes, Prince Albert is the smoking tobacco with a rich, full flavor and cool mildness. Burns slow and even, too, because it's crimp cut. Give your pipe appeal with Prince Albert. And for ear appeal, tune in to hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night. Remember, Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is window. W-I-N-D-O-W.
Really?
You bet your life! Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Nice fellow, known him for years. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx.
Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fanaman, who gets first whack at it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a bachelor and a spinster, and here they are. Mr. Stuart Bowles and Miss Henrietta Adair meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector that retails for $129.50. Mr. Stuart Bowles. What sort of work do you do, Stu?
I'm in the investment department of E.F. Hutton and Company, and Mr. Marx's year is the 50th anniversary of the L.A. Exchange.
Is that so?
Yes, sir.
That's your job, huh? You're an investment broker, huh?
That's right, sir.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you wanted to be when you were a boy?
Oh, no, I never thought I'd be that.
Well, no, you're grieving about it. Miss Henrietta Adair, huh? You're the spinster?
Well, if you mean, am I unmarried? Yes, I am.
Don't you like being called a spinster?
Well, I prefer unmarried.
Okay, unmarried. Where are you from?
Houston, Texas.
You're from Houston? How long have you been a spinster? I mean, unmarried.
That's sort of a difficult question to answer, Mr. Marx.
Well, it wasn't an easy question to ask, either. Well, I'll try to make it easier. At what age does a girl become a spinster? Not you, I mean, any girl.
Oh, around 30. About 30.
And how long has it been since you were 30?
You're just trying to find out how old I am, Mr. Marx.
Well, that's the general idea, yes. Mr. Stewart, how old are you?
Oh, I'm about the same age she is.
Well, you're a pretty cagey pair. Now, George has the perfect gifts from our sponsor.
For Miss Adair, this lovely engraved dresser set by Elgin American. It's finished in rich silver, the finishing touch for your dresser.
Beautiful, and I don't have one.
For Mr. Bowles, Elgin American's popular cigarette case with today's smart leather-like look.
Now, Stu, why haven't you married, huh? A young, jovial-looking fellow like you?
Well, I guess it's the old saying, he travels fastest who travels alone.
I see. Well, what's your hurry, huh? Do you know, Henrietta, do you know any little proverbs that would put Speedy here in his place?
Well, a stitch in time saves 9.
You mean he's coming apart at the seams? I think she's just giving you the needle here, Stu. Henrietta, getting back to the subject of romance, why is it you haven't married?
Well, I suppose I just didn't take advantage of my opportunities.
Well, I think opportunity is knocking right now. On the other hand, it might be his knees knocking down. Well, tell me, Lightning, what qualifications are you looking for in a wife?
Well, I'd like her to be attractive and thoughtful, economical and considerate.
That doesn't sound like too much. Would you say you're economical, Henrietta?
I think I am.
Well, according to him, that only means how many miles you get to a gallon. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, here's some advice you both will benefit by.
The gift of a compact is very, very good. But a compact set is better. Elgin American makes them best. It's the gift you ought to get her. Compact, lighter, and cigarette case, designed to go together, are the smartest accessories you could give. And impress her, will they ever?
Now there's a wonderful Christmas gift idea. An Elgin American compact with cigarette case, lighter, or both, designed to go together will thrill any woman. Make her look so fashionable with matching accessories. They're exquisitely styled, finished, and crafted in the Elgin American manner. And they're real values from $9.95. $6.95 for American Beauty companion sets. Come in sterling silver, too. Tomorrow, buy an impressive compact set with matching cigarette case, lighter, or both to make that special woman specially happy this Christmas. A first in fashion, first in value compact set by Elgin American.
Now Now then, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life on them and bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous racetracks as your category, right? Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
$5.
$5. In what state is Bay Meadows Racetrack? California is right.
They're on their way with $25.
Remember, this is just chicken feed. You're going for $1,000 tonight, and that's the big prize. Now, how much of the 25 will you try?
15. 15.
15. In what state is Hialeah Racetrack?
Florida.
Florida's correct.
They're climbing. They have $40.
All right, you're climbing. You got $40. Here's your third question. How much of the 40 are you going to try?
30.
$30. Where is the Saratoga Racetrack?
New York.
New York is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $70.
How much of the 70 are you going to try?
50.
$50. In what state is Churchill Downs Racetrack?
Kentucky.
In old Kentucky.
And they wind up with $120.
Henrietta, you did fine. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, don't wander off. You're still in the running for the big prize.
Groucho, the secret word is still window.
It is, George.
Yes, and perhaps the next couple will say it. We asked if there were any salesmen here tonight, and just before we went on the air, the studio audience elected Mr. Paul Chalfont, and for his partner, Mrs. Jean Reynolds, a housewife. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins the 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Jean Reynolds, that's right?
Yes, sir.
What does your husband do, Jean?
He's a real estate salesman.
Mm-hmm. Where are you from?
Right in the heart of Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any children?
Yes, I have, too.
You have two? Well, how many do you have? How did you meet your husband?
I met him at a wedding.
At a wedding?
Yes, sir.
Yours?
So it wasn't mine. We were dancing. And I was dancing with this fellow, and we were very close to the orchestra. And he tried to do some of these fancy stunts. And he swung me, and before I knew it, I fell right in the drum. The fellow said, well, hurry up and get out of my drum so I can see what damage you've done.
What did he say? I got you under my skin?
Well, I was so embarrassed, and I said, just take my name and address, and I'll be glad to compensate for it. So he kept coming over my house, and he never got any money. And finally, why, he forgot all about his drum, and I figured it would be cheaper to marry the guy than buy him a new drum.
Salesman, Chalfont, is that right?
That's right, sir.
What do you sell?
I sell washing machines and ironers.
Are you a traveling salesman?
I'm a salesman, but not a traveling salesman.
I see. Well, that's logical. I do some farming, but I'm not what you'd call a farmer's daughter. Who do you work for?
I work for Thor Corporation.
Is that so? Now, what do they Thor?
No.
Now, let's cut out the baby talk. Who do you work for?
Thor, Thor, Thor Corporation.
Oh, I see. Would you like to send one of your machines over? I'd like to rinse out that spot announcement you just made. Tell me, Soap Suds, how is the washing machine? How is the washing machine game or business?
Well, we are cleaning up.
I bet you've used that one before, huh?
Yes, honestly, I have.
Mm-hmm. Salesmen always tell little jokes like that, don't they? You have any other little yaks that you spring on the customer?
Well, there's another one I usually break the ice with, and that's about the couple that were in the iron and steel business. She ironed and he steals, you know.
Well, that must break the ice right over your head, that one. Are you sure that joke didn't go through your washing machine? Well, it's through the ringer?
It's clean anyway.
Hey, he's got a pretty good line at that. Does anything exciting ever happen to you, Mr. Chalfont?
Well,
Pretty fancy pronunciation, I think that means salami in French. Anything exciting ever happened to you, Paul D. Salute?
I had a rather exciting experience here last week, thing.
You did?
Boss and I returned from a fishing trip. We returned home, and he found out he'd lost his keys, so he decided I would be the one to crawl through the window.
Well, Paul, you said window, and that's the secret word. George, tell him what he wins.
A 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. Now you can show regular Hollywood sound movies or movies you take yourself. It sells for $129.50.
All right, you stuck your foot through the window. Now pull it out and let's get back to business, huh?
Well, I got in, but I also found out the missus, wouldn't answer the door.
Who's missus?
The boss's wife. And after I got inside, I found out that he put me through the bathroom window, and the reason why she hadn't come to the door is she was taking a shower.
Well, she should have stayed in that Thor washing machine. Well, you're an interesting and amiable couple, and we're happy to have you here. Now, we have some ideal gifts from our sponsor.
For Mrs. Reynolds, pearls for you. Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Thank you. They're exquisite.
And for Mr. Chalfont, this
Chalfont.
For Mr. Paul, this slim, sleek, sterling silver cigarette case by Elgin American, handsomely engraved, as you'll notice. How do you like it?
Wonderful.
Now you're going to play your Bet Your Life for $1,000. Run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get the chance at the big question later. Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The bachelor and the spinster won $120.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Presidents of the United States as your category. Now, here's your first question. You've got $20. How much are you going to try?
$10.
$10. What was the name of the president who in 1919 tried to lay the foundation for everlasting peace?
Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson is right.
They're off to a good start with $30.
Woodrow Wilson, sometimes known as Alexander Knox. You now have $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, and that's the big prize. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
$20.
Okay. What was the name of the president who drafted the Declaration of Independence?
Thomas Jefferson.
Thomas Jefferson is right.
They now have $50.
You should have known that, Mrs. Reynolds. There's a street in Chicago named Jefferson, isn't there? All right, you've got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to crack?
$40.
$40. What was the name of Lincoln's successor? He was the only president to be impeached.
Johnson. Andrew Johnson.
Andrew Johnson is correct.
They're really on their way now. They have $90.
Andrew Johnson was one-time heavyweight champion of the world. Huh? All right, you've got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to go for? And no coaching.
$70.
$70. What was the name of the vigorous president who was a hero in the Spanish-American Wars, head of the Rough Riders?
Theodore Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt is right.
And they wind up with $160.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. What an auctioneer item, eh? But right now, listen to this.
Oh, I forgot my lighter. Here, take mine. My wife's always borrowing it, too, so I'm giving her one for Christmas.
Say, that's a beauty. What kind is it?
Elgin American's new Socialite.
Yes, everybody goes for Elgin American's terrific new lighters, and they make terrific Christmas gifts. So beautifully designed and finished, they look like jewelry, and they work like magic. Have a magic action double catch that's new, different, safe, and the most modern sure-fire mechanism ever made. Yet these last word Elgin American lighters for men and women are priced from just $4.95. Table models from $9.95. Values beyond compare. Tomorrow, buy these very finest lighters for every smoker on your Christmas list and give them the light of their lives. Socialite lighters by Elgin American.
All right, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's leading at this point?
Well, the salesman and the housewife are leading with $160. Our final couple doesn't know the secret word is window because they've been in a waiting room off stage. We invited some people with unusual occupations to be at the show tonight, And our judges selected these two to be on the program. And here they are, Mr. A. Eugene Mosier, an explorer, and Mr. Joseph May, a lighthouse keeper. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins an Apollo Sound movie projector instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Joseph May, you're the lighthouse keeper?
Yes, sir.
You're a cute little rascal. Where are you from, Joe?
I'm from Carnarvon.
Carnarvon?
Yes, sir.
Where is that? You...
Northern Wales.
In Northern Wales, huh? Yes. Can you speak Welsh?
No, yeah.
Are you married?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're married, why are you doing light housekeeping?
Well, the wife, she does the light housekeeping, and I just look after the light in the lighthouse.
Oh. How'd you meet your wife, Joseph?
I met her in Raymond, Washington, in a skating rink. She bumped into me, I think.
You're not sure, huh?
I am now, yes.
Just where is your lighthouse?
Point Vincente.
Where's that?
It's located so that it protects the entrance going into Los Angeles Harbor.
Now, why does the harbor need protection? I thought it was the ships that needed protection.
Well, we protect the ships as well.
You don't care about the harbor anymore now. My, but you're fickle, Joe. Suppose your light can't be seen. How do you warn ships?
We have a fogo when we start up.
And suppose that fails?
We have a standby fog signal that's operated by a gas engine.
And suppose that fails?
We're out of commission.
And how much commission do you get? Mr. Mosier, is that the way you pronounce it?
Mosier.
Mosier, huh? Where are you from? You're the explorer, huh? Where are you from originally?
Alexander, Virginia.
And where have you been?
Where haven't I been?
No, I asked you first. Now. Where have you been?
About every country in the world, every place.
It's hard to believe. You mean there isn't a single place you haven't been?
That's right, there isn't a single place I haven't been.
How about the ladies' lounge at the Union Station? What do you say to that? Huh?
Oh, you got me there.
Well, if I have, I'm going to get out of there, too. How long have you been exploring?
Oh, exploring, adventuring, about 31 years.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's the most interesting place you've ever been?
Tibet.
Tibet?
That's
what
right.
time did you go to Tibet? Do you remember?
I'll get around.
Tell me, how did you become an explorer? Did you get lost in a revolving door when you were a boy? Huh?
Was born in me. My godfather is Aloysius T. Smith, and better known as Trader Horn.
How did it happen he was your godfather?
Well, he happened
Did he get you in a trade or something?
No, he happened to be down in Virginia when I was born, and he's a very good friend of my father, so my father named me Aloysius Eugene Francis Xavier Joan of Arc Vincent Iris Patrick Moser.
No wonder you keep traveling, huh? By the time you register in a hotel, it's time to get up in the morning. Have you any odd experiences that you care to relate?
Well, I guess the biggest adventure was when I almost got married in Arabia.
Oh, that'd be an adventure anywhere, huh?
Yeah.
Who to?
Oh, 6 Arabian girls.
Cheaper by the dozen, eh?
You see, I went down there and saved some girl from some bandits or something. She took me home and introduced me to harem. And I liked the looks of what I could see of them. And I asked each one to marry me. And there was a law that you couldn't look under the veil before you married them. So I lifted up the veil and they threw me out.
Did the 6 of them throw you out or one at a time, huh?
A couple guards.
Whole thing sounds pretty harem-scaring to me. Well, tell me, Itchy Feet, what was your most... What was your most exciting experience besides the Arabian debacle?
I guess it happened when I was on the Saratoga. Good old ship that couldn't go down. And was on there, and Admiral Halsey was then captain, and Admiral Mitchell was executive officer. And I walked down the deck with my mind on some blonde over in Long Beach. Might have been a redhead. I didn't see the executive officer, and didn't salute him. He jumped me. He said, "Mosher, you salute an officer when you see one?" I said, "Yes, sir. My mind's on a blonde over in Long Beach." He says, "Up, go put yourself on report." I figure out, well, if I got on report, I couldn't go over to Long Beach to see that girl. So I just didn't put myself on report.
Did the Saratoga always cruise around Long Beach?
I took care of the time.
No wonder they couldn't sink it.
Well, comes Captain Mass, and the captain sent for me, Halsey. He says to me, he said, "Commander Mitchell said, put yourself on report." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Well, why didn't you do it?" I said, "I just reconsidered the matter and decided to give myself another chance." He let me go.
Well, you're certainly a good sailor, all right. Now, tell me, Bub Snatcher, who owns your lighthouse? Is it a government housing project?
No, it's one of the facilities of the United States Coast Guard.
Oh. Well, what are some of the other Coast Guard services?
Well, there's a lifeboat station and sea and air rescue, weather patrol, ice patrol, and things like that. Mm-hmm. The Coast Guard is putting out an opportunity now for single young men between the ages of 17 and 22. They have a chance to go through the Coast Guard Academy.
You lost me by a half a century. Now, how high is your lighthouse?
194 feet above mean low tide.
Well, how do you get upstairs? Do you float up on the tide?
No, we have 72 stairs.
72 steps?
Yeah.
How do you know there are 72 steps?
Well, I've counted them every day.
You still doubt it, huh? Well, why do you count them every day, Joe? Is that all there is to do then?
No, we have other things to do, such as...
I know where you can get 6 Arab girls. By now, maybe you can get them without the veils. Is that all you do, count the steps?
No, we have the maintenance of the station to do, the machinery to keep up, books to take care of.
What do you mean books to take care of?
Well, the bookwork, I mean.
Well, what kind of bookwork?
Well, there's all different kind. You know what bookwork there is to do in a government. Well, government couldn't keep
income tax, I know, but I didn't... What do? Do you count every wave that comes in or something? And then you count the undertow on the way out again? And send the whole thing to Washington? They tear it up and raise the taxes. Huh? So now it's most instructive having you both there. I learned a lot. I learned that there were 72 steps in the lighthouse. And I learned that you mustn't lift a veil on an Arabian beauty. Huh? Now, before we proceed, George, is your ideal gift from our sponsor.
For Mr. Joseph May, the lighthouse keeper, Elgin American's Smart Compact with a new curved square shape and the unusual two-tone engraving. His wife will love it.
Sure, thank you very much, Mr. Mark.
Why, it's a pleasure to give it to you, Mr. May.
For the Explorer, Elgin American's popular cigarette case with a rich green leather look, something he'll be proud to show off in all his travels.
Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,000. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The salesman and the housewife are ahead with $160.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected leaders in our government as your category. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you bet?
$10.
Who is the Secretary of State?
Dean Atchison.
Dean Atchison is correct.
They're on their way with $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. You've got $30. How much will you bet?
$20.
$20. Who is the Attorney General?
Tom McGrath.
J. Howard McGrath, but that's
J.
close
Howard.
enough. You got the last name, so you win that.
They're climbing. They have $50.
They're climbing. You got $50. Here's your third question. Are you ready? How much you going to bet?
40.
40? He doesn't even ask, the lighthouse keeper. He's the captain of this scow, all right. $40. Who is the director of the Mint?
The director of the Mint is Cruz Snyder is Interior. You got me up there.
I'm sorry. It's Nellie Taylor Ross. That's a pretty tough one, though.
They now have $10.
Well, you've got $10, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 are you going to try?
$10.
Who heads the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Hoover.
J. Edgar Hoover is right.
And they wind up with $20. And that means the salesman and the housewife, with $160, get the chance at the $1,000 question. And now, a word from Myron Wallace. Elgin American simulated pearls in a handsome satin-lined jewel box of gold-like jeweler's bronze. Ah, gentlemen, there's a gift to thrill her soul. A gift to make you seem the most wonderful man in her world. Yet this bountiful, beautiful gift is easy to give. Lustrous, glowing Elgin American pearls in a luxurious jewel box start at only $10. Others up to $20. Buy them for her tomorrow. Elgin American simulated pearls. And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the housewife and the salesman.
Ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help from the audience, please. The Republic of Liberia is patented in government after the United States. They even honored one of our presidents by naming their capital city after him. What is the capital city of Liberia? Mr. Chalfont, as the Speaker of the House here, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Lincoln.
No, I'm sorry. It's Monrovia after President Monroe. I'm sorry. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $160 in cash, and you received those lovely gifts from Elgin American. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you. Thank you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,500. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately? Now, don't tone the dial. Bing Crosby's next, you know. And then comes Burns and Allen. Good night.
Well, sir, it's a few minutes past 7:30 o'clock as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook spending a quiet evening at home. Our friends are seated side by side in the Davenport with sections of the newspaper. And Sade, having heard an unusual sound above stairs, remarks,
Rudy passed a little remark this afternoon that might interest you, Vic.
What remark was that, Dr. Sleep?
Fred might possibly be talking to joining the lodge. What's the matter?
Would you mind repeating that, Sadie?
I say something wrong?
I must have heard you incorrectly.
I didn't mean anything.
So Fred might possibly be talked into joining the lodge, Maggie.
Well, I guess I shouldn't have put it exactly that way. What I was trying to do...
Yeah? Step to the bookcase. Out of my lodge library, select the following volumes.
You scared me. I was reading a piece in the newspaper and not paying any
Out of
attention.
my lodge library, get volumes 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Vic, if I said the wrong thing.
Volume 7, too, Resh.
Okay.
Vic, I'm sorry. I never meant it to sound like Fred was doing the lodge a favor by joining.
So Fred might possibly be talked into joining the lodge. Where's my hat and coat? I'll run right over. If there's any chance of his being talked into joining the sacred stars of the Milky Way, I'm the baby to do the talking. I'd be insane if I let an opportunity like this slip through my fingers.
Well, now, you listen. I appreciate how I opened my mouth and put my foot in it. And I've said I'm sorry. You don't need to act.
That is the most unbelievable thing I ever heard in all my life.
Items 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, guys.
Yes.
It's going to be quite an arm load.
Oh, and you needn't think you're going to read me a bunch of trash out of books, either.
Were you quoting Ruthie's actual words, say?
No.
Did she say, Sadie, I think Fred might be teased and persuaded into becoming a sky brother in the sacred stars of the Milky Way?
No, she didn't say that or anything like it. The remark I made that upset you so was my own remark and nobody else's. We were walking home from downtown, Ruthie and me, and Ruthie
Thank
was
you,
kind of...
Why, George, these are heavy. Fix your lamp.
Lay him down beside me here on the davenport.
You're going to read Mom's 6 old books?
Turn to page 126 in volume 4.
126, volume 4.
Vic, I just won't listen to a lot of trash.
I think you will.
Let me tell you exactly what Ruthie said, and then we can straighten out this business all smooth and sensible.
Fine. I'm anxious to hear exactly what Ruthie said.
I realize, Vic, your lodge means a lot to you. I wouldn't hurt your feelings on purpose. And I've already explained I didn't mean to say what I said the way it sounded.
Fred might possibly be talked into joining the lodge.
Oh, you're just going to work and making a great big thing out of this.
Fred might possibly be talked into joining the lodge.
Well, I certainly don't know what a person can do on top of saying they're sorry.
Fresh, have you found page 126?
Yeah, volume 4. Begin at the top?
Yes.
Vic, I won't listen to that trash.
Read, Rush.
I'll go upstairs.
Read, Rush.
I am only a poor simpleton, here on earth below. I am only a miserable creature, sitting in the sun.
Do you realize a man has to be sponsored and vouched for, and everything else to become a sky brother of the sacred stars of the Milky Way?
Yes, I realize that. And I also realize...
I am only a poor simpleton.
Do you think a candidate for membership in the lodge simply walked up to the hall and bought a ticket?
I am only a poor simpleton.
Did you think candidates for membership in the lodge had to be persuaded to join?
I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
By George.
I am only a poor simpleton.
Remember when I petitioned for entrance into the lodge? My character was investigated. My past life was studied. 6 substantial citizens of the community had to vouch for me.
I am only a poor simpleton.
Oh, yes, and you sound like one. Put that book down.
Okay.
Fred might possibly be talked into joining.
Hey, we're going to put an end to this craziness right here and now. Ruthie simply remarked that Fred had a little extra money these days on account of all the overtime he's been putting in lately, and she wouldn't be surprised
but would he possibly be talked into
I'm
joining?
talking, please. She said she wouldn't be surprised with what he might approach you about, maybe seeing what you thought about his applying for membership in
Telephone's ringing.
Well,
that's right.
Don't just stand there. That's what she said, and that's all she said.
Well, hold on, Miss Denbottom.
500.
Fine, thanks. No, they're both right here in the living room. Want to speak to Mom?
How about it?
Okay. 1 second. Mom.
How about it, Vic? 500? Answer a person. I'm going to tell him to come ahead. Oh, goodness. All right, son. I'm going to tell him to come ahead. Hello there, lady. Oh, finished long ago. Just sitting around with her teeth in her mouth is all. Why, that'd be lovely. Hey, Vic, here's people feel like 500. That'd be lovely, Ruthie. You'll come here, won't you? Fine. Fine. All right, we'll be looking for you. Take all the time you want. All right, lady. Dandy. You bet. Goodbye.
Well, what flavor ice cream you want from the drugstore?
Vic, now your actions are just silliness. You let yourself get mad, and now you want to stay mad. I apologize for the stupid thing I said and even explained how everything was. You needn't sit there with that look on your face.
Excuse me, people, but what flavor ice cream you want from the drugstore?
Pick up all them books and put them back.
Oh.
Read page 126, volume 4.
No.
Read, Rush.
Oh, shucks.
Read. I want you to hear this, Sadie.
I am only a poor simpleton.
When Fred and Ruthie get here, don't you let on about this foolish business.
I am only a poor simpleton.
If you have to be mad at somebody, be mad at me.
I am only a poor simpleton.
After all, why shouldn't Fred join the lodge? He's a good, honest, substantial family man. He's foreman at the foundry and goes to church and pays his bills. He can find plenty of fellas here in town to vouch for him.
Read, Rush.
Oh, heck, I'm tired of calling myself
I've already explained 8 million times it was my remark that hurt your feelings. I wasn't repeating anything Ruthie said. All Ruthie said was Fred had a little money ahead. He's been thinking about applying for membership in the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way a long, long time. He sees all the enjoyment you get out of it, and he wishes he could be in on the fun.
Fun.
Well, inspiration then. Benefits, pleasure, whatever you want to call it. He sees you going to meetings and wearing fancy robes and marching in parades and getting your name in magazines and this, that, and other stuff, and he'd like to have a part in it. But the expense has held him back. There's an initiation fee and a dozen different kinds of dues and regalia to buy, and I don't know what all. You'd like to have Fred in the lodge? You know you would.
My attitude concerning Fred's membership in the lodge has no bearing.
No, it hasn't. What you got peeved about was my talking like maybe Fred could be coaxed into joining the darn lodge like he was doing the lodge some favor. Well, I apologize for that. Apologize till I'm blue in the face. You understand how stuff is, and yet you sit there like you were some enormous big martyr. Well, I'm through apologizing. Now stop acting the baby. Rush, you have to try at the drugstore.
Uh-huh. What flavor?
Oh, strawberry.
Mr. Stenbottom said last time he was here he was tired of strawberry.
Chocolate, then.
He never did like chocolate.
Caramel and New York, tutti frutti, I don't care.
Give him money, somebody.
Give him money, somebody. Vic, get that look off your face. You hear? Get that look off your face.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Duffy, you're a sound for sore ears. You know something, Duffy? As stupid and obnoxious and thick-headed and ugly as you are, I missed you. Yeah. No, I'm not just saying it just to get a raise. No, I can see that you're the same tight-fisted Duffy, though. You just take the pot with a buck, don't you? Which reminds me, Rudy Vallee is coming down tonight. Yeah, Rudy Vallee. You know the guy, Duffy. My time is yours. What am I doing? I'm holding me nose. You are too, huh? Now, listen, Duffy. I got an idea that might double our business here. Maybe even treble it or quibble it. Well, here's the idea. You see, Vallee is back on the radio, and I'm going to try to get him to put on his broadcast from the joint here every week. Huh? Well, maybe you think so. And, maybe I think so, but after all, what's our opinion against a million stupid dames? Well, leave me handle it, Duffy. I'll call you back later. Well, Eddie. Well, Miss Arthur. Here we are. Here we are. You and me. You and me. Back at Duffy. Back at Duffy. Great feeling, ain't it? Stop the train. I'm getting off. Now, that ain't nice, Eddie. Duffy's Tavern is like our home, you know. We should cherish it and love it. And Duffy, too, you know. A guy who picked us up out of the gutter and brought us here, don't forget.
Miss Archer, from the gutter to Duffy's Tavern is not up.
Eddie, what are you kicking about? What's your salary now?
Same as last year. Nothing.
But what do your tips come to?
Little less than the salary.
How can your tips come to less than nothing?
Very simple. Several of our customers are pickpockets.
Well, listen, Eddie, our worries is going to be over. You know, Duffy's Tavern is about to undergo a transformopsis.
A what?
You know what it means?
No.
Then what's the use of me repeating it? But believe me, big things is going to happen. One, Rudy Vallee is coming down here. Two, I'm going to get him to broadcast from here. Three, Duffy's will become world famous.
4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6, what's that?
That's the number of your room in the asylum.
Eddie, are you inferring me as a dope?
I didn't say you was a dope.
You deny it?
No.
That's better. No, there's a lot dopier guys than me in this world. Well, Finnegan, saludos amigos.
Oh, saludos amigos to you, what?
Not at all. Well, Finnegan, you're looking in the pink.
I guess that's because I never tan.
Well, probably you got one of them fair skins, you know, so much pigment and not enough hemoglobin. What did you do at the beach?
Oh, I was a professional baseball player.
Where did you play?
In a little booth on the boardwalk. I used to stick me head through a hole in a kite and the fellas would pitch to me.
Professional. But did any of the fellas, by chance, ever hit you in the head with the ball?
Oh, sure. We had some swell pitches.
Didn't it bother you when you got hit in the head?
I didn't notice it so much.
You didn't notice it, huh?
No. On account of the other side, they were throwing darts.
Oh, it sounds like you was kept quite busy. By the way, Finnegan, did you see any cute bathing suits at the beach?
Oh, yeah. A couple of few darts. But they ain't what they used to be.
No, huh?
No. Have you seen them bathing suits this year?
What's wrong with them?
They got them so small there ain't nothing to look at no more.
Oh, Finnegan, you're a caution. Now, look, Eddie, leave us get busy on the joint here. Look how that furniture looks. What's that chewing gum doing on that chair?
Holding it together.
Did you clean out the telephone booth?
No, I can't. A family of mice has moved in and set up housekeeping.
We'll clear them out.
Can't do that neither.
Why not? Eddie, maybe you better think up a funny ad for the situation when you tell them, huh? Will you? Now, come on. Rudy will be here any minute now.
Yeah, it's Rudy?
Yeah, Finnegan, Rudy Vallee. Do you know him?
No, but I know his cousin, San Fernando Vallee. That's a good joke, huh? Hey, what's the matter, Rock? You ain't laughing.
And that's the way it's going to be.
So maybe you don't get the joke, Arch. You see, Rudy Vallee and San Fernando Vallee ain't related. They're two different guys.
Jesus, Dad, have done with this baboonery. This
Hello,
is
everybody.
Oh, well, Miss Duffy, how are you? How do you feel after your vacation?
As single as ever.
Couldn't get a guy, huh?
Oh, no? I could have had dozens of fellas just by lifting a finger.
Well, where you make your mistake is the finger you lift is that third one on your left hand. You're like all dames, Miss Duffy. You're too anxious.
Men are just as anxious as women.
Oh, yeah? Did you ever see a guy with a hope chest?
Oh, I still say men are just as anxious as women. Don't forget that at every wedding, one of the parties concerned is a man.
Yep. And at every murder, one of the parties concerned is a corpse. But that don't mean the guy was anxious.
Oh, you're all right, you men. Sometimes I wish there was something else the girl could marry.
So do us men. Now, don't bother me, will you? Rudy Vallee is coming down here.
Rudy Vallee himself?
Same thing, anxious, huh?
Well, I think it's my patriotic duty to be nice to a member of the Coast Guard.
He's out of the Coast Guard. He's a civilian.
What about the home front?
Hello, Duffy. No, Vallee ain't here yet. Well, everybody else is here. Moriarty, Callahan, Second Story Jackson. Yeah, Jackson's here with the widow Murphy. Jackson's wife? Oh, she divorced him. Yeah, mental cruelty. Yeah, kept hitting her in the head. I can't wait for Rudy to get here, though. You know, this broadcast...
Your time.
I'll call you back, Duffy. Well, Rudy, let me bid you a fond hi-ho to Duffy's Tavern, the Valhalla of the gourmet. And leave me say that seldom has such a dubious personality distinctured our ulteriors. Welcome, vagabond lover.
Thank you, vagabond.
You're welcome. You know, I knew it was you without even looking at you. Them golden tones could have come out of only one nose. Ah, you're the same old Rudy.
How do you mean?
The way you come in singing, you know. Unstinting with your talent. Singing for all mankind, whether they want to hear you or not.
A dubious compliment.
And from me, Hart. By the way, Rudy, you've never been to Duffy before, have you?
No, I haven't.
How come?
Oh, I guess I've just been lucky.
Yeah, I guess so. How do you like the joint?
It looks like... Well, when I went to Yale, this is what we always said we'd do to Harvard.
Just a second, Mr. Vallee. I brooked that as a slap and a kisser at my alma mater.
You a Harvard man?
What do I look like?
A Harvard man.
Naturally. Of course, I lost most of my Harvard accent, although occasionally it falls through. I find myself saying I'm going to take a bore instead of a bath, you know. But it don't happen very often.
Obviously. Why did you leave Harvard?
Girl trouble.
There were no girls in Harvard.
That was the trouble. Well, anyways...
Yeah. Rudy Vallee. Rudy Vallee.
Yes.
Rudy Vallee.
That's right.
Rudy Vallee. In the flesh.
I wouldn't go anywhere without it.
Rudy, leave me present you with Miss Duffy. Miss Duffy is the daughter of this establishment.
I can see the resemblance.
Oh, Mr. Vallee, I've admired you for years. Still the signs to dear old name.
Very nice, Miss Duffy, very nice. Of course, I didn't think you were old enough to remember the Maine sign song.
Are you kidding? This dame remembers the Maine.
Archie, I think Mr. Vallee and I would like to be alone. Am I right, Mr. Vallee?
Well, I know I'd like to be alone.
You know, Mr. Vallee, I've always thought that you was the greatest singer on the air, in the universe. And I've always...
Miss Duffy, please.
Archie, let the girl speak.
Oh, Mr. Vallee, Rudy, would you sing something for us now?
Miss Duffy, please, who is running this joint?
But don't you want him to sing?
That is neither here nor there. The point is that I do the asking.
Well, then you ask him.
Now I got no choice. Rudy, would you oblige us with a number?
Well, if you insist.
Oh, but I do. I'll announce you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rudy Vallee has kindly consented to sing a song for us, and under them circumstances, I think it's no more than fair that we should listen, huh? Proceed ahead, Rudy.
Time waits for no one. It passes you by. It rolls on forever like the clouds in the sky. Time waits for no one. It goes on endlessly. It's just like a river flowing out to the sea. You'll find that love is like this. Each precious moment we miss will never, ever return again. So don't let us throw one sweet moment away. Time waits for no one. Let's take love while we may. You'll find that love is like this. Each precious moment we'll miss will never, ever return again. Oh, don't let us throw one sweet moment away. Time waits for no one. Let's take love while we may.
Rudy, that was great.
Great. Why, it was magnificent, stupendous, glorious.
No, Miss Duffy. I have to agree with Archie this time. I think it was no more than great.
Look at how modest he is. Such a verse. Ah, Rudy, let all those other girls have their sonatas and their choruses and their Hameses and their Comoses, but you and I, Mr. Vallee, we have each other.
Miss Duffy, I would like to say something to you that I've never said to any other woman.
What is it, Rudy?
Cram, will you?
Oh, how masterful. Well, I'll see you later, Rudy.
Mr. Vallee, that was very pretty. Very pretty.
Thank you.
And it's hard to please me because I'm tone deaf.
Oh, Rudy, this is Clifton Finnegan.
How do you do, Mr. Finnegan?
Just call me Clifton. I ain't married.
You're not married?
No.
Who's the lucky girl?
I ain't got no girl, but I bet you I could have one if I look like you. Boy, them coils. Is that a permanent?
Finnegan, what a question.
It's all right, Archie. This is not a permanent.
See what a stupid question it was? You think he'd admit it? Now, please excuse us, Clifton. We got to talk some business. First, Rudy, leave me facilitate you in being back on the air again.
Thank you, Archie. Did you, by any chance, hear our first show?
Yeah?
Well, you can't please everybody.
No, Rudy, but you could please somebody. Now, look, I got a hunch what's wrong. You see, it's them radio studios. Now, when you first got hot on the air, where did you broadcast from?
A nightclub.
Precisely. A nightclub where there's gaiety and laughter and joy is unrefined. Now, for instance, if you put on your broadcast from this place...
Just a second. Are you suggesting that I put on my broadcast from your little bistro?
No, it's too small. Who ever heard of broadcasting from a kitchen? And it'll be nice for you, Rudy. Once again, you'll be back in familiar surroundings. Once again, you'll be that old Vallee. That mere wisp of a lad who one day picked up a megaphone and blasted his way into America's heart. Think it over, Rudy. Duffy. Yeah, Rudy's here, and I think I'm going to get an report on his broadcast from here. Huh? So what? These crumbs around here will probably think it's great. What? Yeah, okay.
Duffy wants to hear me sing again?
Perish forbid. No, he would just like to know what else you do on this program. You know, he probably just wants to check you for moral tendencies. What else would you do?
Well, I tell jokes in the program.
Jokes?
Yes, it's a humorous program. Lots of gay badinage.
Yeah, huh?
Yes, Archie, have you heard the joke about the roof?
No.
That's just as well. It's over your head.
Is that badinage?
Yes.
Yeah. You tell jokes like that around Duffy, and your head will be wrapped in a badinage. Now, look, tell a different joke this time and leave us not sick in the guy, huh?
All right, but you'll have to help me on this one. Just ask me how I feel.
Okay. Rudy, how do you feel?
Not so good. You see, I took a bite out of my pillow last night, and I've been feeling down in the mouth ever since.
Hello, Duffy. Throw him the what out of here? Duffy, give the guy a chance, will you? Well, Rudy, so far so good. Look, Rudy, I remember you used to interview celebrities on your program, interesting guys, you know, and we got plenty of them around here. We could do that.
Who, for instance?
Well, take Harrigan over there.
Where?
That quiet guy laying under the table. Now, that guy looks very ordinary, but do you know that he's got 10 toes?
So what? Everyone has 10 toes.
Split 7 and 3? And take that Dynamite Donegan over there. That could be a very heartbreaking interview, Rudy. The guy has been carrying a torch for 15 years.
For the same girl?
No, for the same sake. One of the most interesting obsessions you have ever come across. And take me, you know, I could be a very good interviewer myself.
Why?
Well, I'm jovial and jolly. Well, why don't we try it, you know, like you used to do on the radio. Come on, Matty, some music, huh?
Good evening, Archie.
Good evening, Mr. Vallee.
And how are you tonight, Archie?
Fine, Mr. Vallee. And how's yourself?
Oh, pretty good. What's new?
Oh, nothing much. Boy, we're hot tonight.
Well, Archie, so you are the brilliant manager of Duffy's Tavern.
Well, Mr. Vallee, yes, indeedy. Although brilliant is a pretty extravagant word.
Well, what word would you use?
Well, I guess brilliant covers it.
And as I understand it, you really are the brains of Duffy's, are you not?
On the contrary, sir, I am. You see, after all, well, sir, every keystone has to have an arch.
Or an archie. Just having my little joke.
That's about as little a joke as I ever heard. I hope you will pardon me biting wit.
Your wit isn't biting, it's teething. Well, Archie, do you find your work interesting?
Well, sir, yes, sir. You see, a place like Duffy's is like a grand hotel. People come, people go. They have their little foibles and their big plates, you know. They come in, eat here, and pass on. Yes, sir, that's how it goes.
Then, by and large, one could say that you were a happy man.
Well, sir, by and large, one could. Yes, sir. Of course, I don't get paid much money, but I make it up in other ways. Duffy, I did not admit robbing the register. Did you ever see me rob the register? Your wife seen me? It's a lie. She was never here when I did it. Okay, I accept your apology. What did you think of the interview? Well, Duffy, leave us give the guy one more chance. You know, he must have some talent. Gotta have something. Wait a minute, Rudy, what else could you plan to do on this radio show?
I was contemplating playing the saxophone.
Duffy, I'll call you back. Rudy, did you say saxophone?
Yes.
Well, we're in this deep. We might as well go ahead. Why did I ever get in this radio business anyhow? Oh. Why didn't you just contemplate it? Why did you have to play it? This ain't no instrument. It's a secret weapon. Once again, that sax rears its ugly head. Eddie, listen to them horrible sounds, will you?
Not as long as my hands, as big as my ears.
Oh, this is horrible. Rudy, there was no reason for this without a fog. Rudy, please. The guy is berserk. Rudy, please. Hello? All right, Duffy, no argument. For the first time in my life, I agree with you. All right, okay. Rudy, in the future, as far as Duffy's Tavern is concerned, your time is your time. No hard feelings, of course, Rudy. You know, we don't think you're as good as you ever was. And I'll be glad to drop around and see you sometime.
How about tomorrow night, Saturday?
Okay, tomorrow night, Saturday, from the radio studio, of course. Duffy's Tavern, where the late mate eat, Archie the manager speaking. Oh, yeah, Duffy, that's right, next week, Gene Tenney. And, be sure to listen to me tomorrow night with Rudy Vallee. Huh? 2 wrongs don't make a right. Hey, that's a pretty good insult, Duffy. I'll have to remember it. Okay, I'll call you back.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It starts with D and ends with T. That's Dreft. Procter & Gamble's Sudsing Miracle, 2,000 years newer than soap. Dreft brings you The Life of Riley. Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, Dreft, America's largest selling brand for washing silks, nylons, woolens, dishes, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Although holding down a job and raising a family is no easy assignment, it's something a man with average intelligence can usually contend with. But this is the story of Chester A. Riley, whose nervous system around this time of the year begins to show signs of strain. It's just after dinner, and we find Riley about to stretch out comfortably in his easy chair and relax.
Oh, gosh, you look worn out, Daddy.
Boy, am I tired. It's lucky my underwear is starched or I'd cave in.
Oh, wait, Pop. Don't sit down there.
Well, why not?
Well, I've got my model airplane there, and I can't move it.
Oh, okay. I'll sit in this chair.
Oh, don't sit there, Daddy. My knitting.
Don't sit here. Don't sit there. I work all day to make my ends meet, and at night I can't even sit down. It's time you kids realize I'm entitled to a little respect around here.
Well, I'll move the knitting, Daddy.
Never get any rest if I hadn't married your mother. She's the only one around here that realizes how hard I work all day. And when I come home, I like to sit down and relax.
Wait, Riley, don't sit down. I want you to fix the pilot light in the stove.
I fixed that pilot light yesterday.
Well, it went out again. The kitchen's full of gas.
Impossible. I don't smell any gas.
Of course not. How do you expect to smell gas from way out here in the living room?
With my nose, distance don't mean a thing.
Now, come on. Stop making excuses. It'll only take a minute to fix it.
I can't do it now, Peg. I got other things to do.
What other things?
Well,
Daddy promised to get the chest with my summer clothes down from the attic.
That's right. I got to get Babs' chest down from the attic.
Let's do it now, Daddy.
I can't do it now. I got to fix the pilot light.
Well, come on and fix it then. Oh, and while you're in the kitchen, fix that screen, will you? The flies are coming in droves.
Stop worrying about the flies. If they do come in, the gas will knock them off.
Now, you promised to do a little work around the house tonight.
Little work? Look what I've got to do. Fix the gas, fix the screen, bring down the trunk.
Empty the incinerator.
Empty the incinerator. Another county heard from. All I do is work around here. I do more work at home for free than I do at the plant for pay.
Oh, stop it, Riley. You're working yourself up into a frenzy over nothing.
Well, do you blame me for being a nervous wretch? Other men, when they come home from the plant, it's a change, but not for me. At the plant, I got that mean foreman nagging me. And here I got...
You've got what?
Okay, I'll fix the pilot light. Junior, go to the closet, get me my gas mask. But I'm warning you, Peg. My nerves can't take this much longer. A human being can only stand so much. And the same goes for me.
Pass the salt, Riley.
What?
I said pass the salt.
All right, stop hounding me.
Riley, what's the matter with you?
Oh, excuse me, Gillis. My nerves ain't been so good lately.
Yeah, you don't look so good. Sleep okay?
No, I got insomnia. If I knock off 10 hours of sleep a night, I'm lucky. All day long while I'm working, I'm wide awake.
That ain't like you, Riley.
And I got no appetite. The minute I get through eating lunch, the very thought of dinner nauseates me. My nerves are all shot.
Yeah, it's a good thing you got a vacation starting next week. You've been working too hard.
Oh, it ain't just work, it's the family, too.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Riley. Now, I love my wife as well as the next man. But sometimes I wish she'd have married the next man.
Yeah, I know, Gillis.
Nag. Only this AM, she says, I need some more money, pooch face. That's her pet name for me when she's trying to get $3 or over. Under $3, she calls me Gillis. That's my maiden name.
They all use that sweet name gag.
Yeah, so I says, what do you mean you need more money? Where am I going to get it? I only got $2 to last me till payday. If I give it to you, what do you expect me to do, I says? You expect me to degrade myself by going to my good friend Riley and borrowing it from him?
Boy, you sure told her off.
Well, I did. Riley, could you lend me $2 till payday?
Well, I'd be only too happy, Gillis, but just this morning my wife says to me, oh, cuddles.
Yeah, okay, Riley, skip it.
It's tough being a family man.
Riley, just between us, and don't let it go no further.
Oh, no.
Have you ever thought how nice it would be to be a bachelor?
Oh, have I? Thinking about being a bachelor is one of the few pleasures I get out of married life.
Just imagine if we'd have never gotten married. What a time we'd be having, huh? The two of us would be sharing a little bachelor apartment.
Yeah. And every night when we come home from work, we'd take off our overalls and put on our tuxedos.
Yeah. Then we'd mix us a couple of them Manhattan.
Yeah, Manhattan. Of course, if we was living in Brooklyn, we'd have to keep that quiet.
And then we'd get out the little red address book and phone up a couple of nifty numbers.
Oh, no, wait, Gillis. No, I don't think my wife would like that.
Riley, we're bachelors.
Oh, we'll phone them up.
Yes, sir, that's the life.
Boy, what fun we could have.
Yeah, but what's the use dreaming about happiness? We're married.
Not that I don't love my wife. Peg's given me 17 wonderful years.
Oh, sure. Not that I don't love my hunting, either.
Yeah, don't forget, Gillis, marriage has its good points, too. For instance, there's,
correct. And then there's,
right. And there's also, must be fun to be a bachelor.
You know what I think, Riley?
What?
Once a year, every married man ought to get away from his family for a week.
You're right, Gillis. Just to rest his nerves. And when he came back, they'd appreciate him more, and he'd appreciate them more.
Yeah, why don't we do it, huh? We each got a week's vacation starting Monday. Why don't you and me go up to Big Beaver Lake for a week?
Yeah, we could get a little cabin up there for next to nothing.
Yeah, we'll do our own cooking, eat just what we like.
I'll take along a good book.
Yeah, me too, in case I want to press a flower.
We can fish and hunt. Oh, what a time we'd have.
Then it's a date, Riley?
Sure, it's a date. No. No, I don't think I can go, Gillis. You see, my wife and kids,
they're scared, huh?
No, it's not that, but they're so crazy about me. They can't get along without me. I'm just like one of the family. No, I wouldn't even ask them.
Don't ask them, tell them. That's what I'm going to do.
You are?
Sure. But if you're scared, forget it.
Who's scared? If I want to go, I'll go.
Ah, you're talking. Let's put our feet down, huh? Let's show our wives who's boss.
Yeah, we're through being kicked around.
The time has come for action, Riley. You and me, we got to revolt.
Revolt is the word, Gillis. For years, my family's been leading me around by the nose. And tonight they'll find out I got a nose of a different color.
Paper here yet?
Oh, yes, but you better not touch it before your father reads it. You know how he rages if somebody messes up his paper.
Well, gosh, why is Pop so nervous lately?
Well, he's been working awful hard.
Thank goodness his vacation starts Monday. Where are we going, Mother?
Well, I was just wondering if maybe your father shouldn't go away by himself for a week.
But every year we go with him.
Well, I know, but I think he needs a rest from the family, too. It'd do his nerves a world of good.
I think you're right, Mother.
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. But will Pop go for it?
Well, maybe we can talk him into it when he comes home. Oh, in here, dear.
Oh, you're all here. Good. Now, listen, everybody. There's something I want to tell you about myself. I ain't like other men. I'm revolting.
Well, what do you care what other people say? We love you.
I'm talking about my vacation. I'm going away by myself for a week.
Why, that's fine, dear.
I don't want no arguments. My head's made up. I said I'm going by myself, and I'm going.
All right, go ahead.
Peg, you didn't hear me good. I said I'm going away by myself.
I heard you. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Well, so do I, Daddy.
When are you leaving, Pop?
Now, just a minute. I got something to say about this.
But, Riley, it was your idea.
You brought it up, Pop.
Trapped. I know it was my idea, but I'm quite willing to give it up if it'll make you unhappy.
Oh, we won't mind.
Well, I know, but I mean, it may be very inconvenient with me away. There's lots of work around the house. So suppose you want the hot water heater fixed. Who'll do it?
Who usually does it?
Mom.
Yeah, but who holds the light for her? I do.
Now, stop thinking up silly excuses, Riley. You're going. We won't let you back out now.
Why, sure, you go, Pop.
Fine thing. My own family pushing me out of the house.
Now, here's what you do. You make a reservation at some nice boarding house.
Oh, no, nothing doing. No boarding house for me. This is going to be a real vacation. Gillis and me are going to take a little cabin up in Big Beaver Lake, miles from civilization. We'll do our own cooking. We'll hunt fish.
Oh, Daddy, you won't like that.
What do you mean I won't like it?
Well, you never roughed it before.
Who never roughed it before? You're forgetting when I got married, I lived 6 months with my in-laws.
Mr. Gillis better get aboard.
Yeah, we don't want to miss this train, eh, Gillis?
I should say that.
My, I never thought you and Gillis would really go off by yourself.
Neither did I, honeybee.
Oh, Daddy, the train's starting.
Yeah, it's starting. Well, hurry up, Peg. Get on the train.
Riley, you're going, not me.
Oh, yeah. Well, where's my bag?
In your hand, Riley.
Come on, Riley. Hurry up.
Well, kiss me goodbye, Babs. Bye, Junior. Goodbye, Peg. Oh, gee, Dumpling. You haven't kissed me like that in years.
That's honeybee you're kissing.
How do you like that, Riley? He kisses my wife and he don't have to. Goodbye, honeybee, sweetheart.
Gillis, get on the train.
I'm coming.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Dumpling. Goodbye, Babs.
Nice people space, even if it's only $5.
Goodbye.
If you get homesick, come home.
Goodbye. Goodbye, kids. Goodbye, Dumpling. Bye. Well, Gillis, we're off at last.
We made it all right.
Did you hear what Peg said about getting homesick?
What a chance. But next week, we're going to be bachelors.
That's right. So let's act like real bachelors, huh? For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. Sure is beautiful in these woods, huh, Gillis?
Yeah, sure is.
We didn't make no mistake coming up here. This is the life, all right.
Yep, this is the life.
Let's sit down and rest a minute, huh?
Might as well. We got no place to go.
It's great up here.
Oh, yeah, greatest place in the world. Smell that air.
Pure H2O.
Yep, it's a great spot, all right.
Yeah. Gillis, you ain't homesick, are you?
Me, homesick?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? You homesick?
Oh, me? No. Well, what's there to be homesick about? This is only our first day up here. We still got 6 days, 18 hours, and 24 minutes before we go home.
23 minutes.
I better fix my watch.
Yeah, I'm like you, Riley. I ain't even thinking about home.
Oh, sure, that's the way to be. What's so wonderful about a home? We should think about it all the time.
That's right. Why, if I was home now, what would I be doing? I'd probably be playing ping pong with my boy Egbert on the front porch.
I'd probably be playing catch with Junior in the backyard.
Or I'd be watering my little garden, watching if my petunias come up yet.
If it was hot, I'd be laying out in the hammock under the walnut tree with a glass of lemonade in my hand. Babs would be swinging me. Junior'd be swishing off flies. Peg would be reading me the baseball scores. Oh, that's the life, Gillis.
Yeah, that's the life, all right.
But this life is better.
Oh, yeah, this life is worse.
Hey, you know what, Gillis? Let's go down to the corner and shoot some pool.
With who? Some chipmunks?
Oh, yeah. I forgot we're here in this God-forsaken place.
Riley, you sure you ain't homesick?
Me? Homesick? Well, to tell you the truth, I may never go back.
Yeah, me neither.
6 days, 18 hours, and 21 minutes. Hey, Gillis, look. Look at that. In the tree, a bird's nest.
It's got live birds in it. 3 of them.
Yeah, it's a whole family. Look, that's the mama bird with 2 little kid birds. Just like Peg and Babs and Junior. They're waiting for the papa bird.
Pretty soon, he'll come home with a worm.
Just like me on payday. Gillis, I never realized that birds are human.
Well, of course they're human. What do you think they are, animals?
What's that?
It's a frog. Look there, near that rock there.
Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see 2 frogs.
Yeah, it's a mama frog with little kid froglets. Just like my honeybee and Egbert.
Yeah. The frog is waiting for her mate to come home, just like the bird. Listen, she's calling to her mate. Oh, Gillis, it's just as if my Peg is calling to me.
And my honeybee's calling to me.
Oh, Riley. Oh, Gillis.
Draft will bring you the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment. Meantime, this is Ken Carpenter. You know, even though I don't have any formula to end Riley's troubles, here's the solution to your dishwashing problems. Reft your dishes and oh how they shine. Shine without wiping in half of the time and look bright. Right. Now don't you get left, get Dreft. Yes, join the march to Dreft, and your dishes will shine even without wiping. Sounds too good to be true? Well, it is true. Procter & Gamble's Dreft was the first suds in history to wash dishes cleaner than soap. So thoroughly clean that even glassware sparkles without touching a towel to it. Yes, with Dreft, there are no more cloudy soap streaks to be polished off. No greasy film left clinging to your hands. No dishpan ring. That's the miracle of Dreft. Dreft's easy on hands, too. Contains no alkali that can make them red and rough. Monday morning, ask your grocer for that bright green package of Dreft. Don't get left. Get Dreft. Now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, it's the third day of Riley's and Gillis's vacation in a housekeeping cabin in the mountains. Both men are miserably homesick, but their pride is forcing them to stick the week out. However, they've been letting their misery out on each other, and the atmosphere in the little cabin is laden with tension.
Oh, it's you, Gillis.
Yeah, it's me. Who'd you expect in this wilderness? Daniel Boone?
Did you catch any fish?
No, they wasn't biting today.
Where's my fishing rod I let you use?
How should I know?
What do you mean, how should you know?
A trout pulled it out of my hand and swam away with it.
Swam away with my rod? Listen, Gillis.
Oh, quit beef and I'll pay you for it. Is supper ready? You know, it's your turn to do the housework today. If that supper ain't...
It's ready, it's ready.
What's that to eat?
You'll eat what I give you.
I don't smell nothing.
It's lucky for you don't, because we're having canned sardines.
Sardines? You gave me sardines for breakfast and lunch. What kind of a meal is that to give a man?
I didn't have anything else in the house.
Why not? Why didn't you go down to the village and buy some meat?
I didn't have time.
What do you got to do all day?
Oh, you've got your nerve asking me that. While you were out fishing, I just made the beds, washed the dishes, scrubbed the floors, and you got the nerve to come home and yell at me. Me with my housemaid's knee. Believe me, I'm sorry.
All right, Riley. Quit nagging. A man comes home after a hard day, and all you do is nag. It's bad enough I don't get no peace. I gotta eat sardine shit.
Oh, you think you can run the house any better?
I know I can.
Okay, then I'm through. Here's my apron. That Gillis. What a stubborn mule. Okay, let him stay there in that miserable, cold cabin. I'll stay out here in this nice, warm swamp. Gee, I wish I was home. Tomorrow will be Sunday. Sunday, the day of rest. Our whole family together. Junior mowing the lawn, Babs washing the car, Peg beating the rugs, and me in bed resting. Gee, how I miss Peg. I ain't been so lonesome since our honeymoon, when I fell off the train and she went to Niagara Falls without me. Oh, what a vacation. I'm so lonely I could die.
Then it's a good thing I'm here.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, it's you, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, what are you doing up here, Digger?
Oh, I'm staying at the village inn. I needed a holiday. Lately, I've been carrying too much on my shoulders.
I guess you work pretty hard all year.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm busy as a gopher.
You mean beaver?
In our profession, it's gopher. I gather you're on a vacation, too?
Some vacation. I'm up here with Gillis. But it's no fun. We're always fighting.
Oh, it's so silly to fight with your fellow man. You know what I always say? Live and let live. Of course, in my profession, I'm considered a radical.
The reason we nag each other is because we're both so homesick. You wouldn't believe it, but the least little thing makes us homesick. Like yesterday when a frog croaked.
That would make me homesick, too. My son Clay has a pet frog, you see. But, Riley, if you're so miserable, why not go home to your dear family?
Oh, I'd like to, Digger, but after all, I got my pride.
It doesn't pay to be proud. I once knew a man. He was so proud he wouldn't even talk to me. He thought I was beneath him. 10 years later, I met that man again.
Well, what happened?
I didn't talk to him. He was beneath me. Riley, take my advice. Go home.
You really think I ought to go, Digger?
Riley, when I say a man's got to go, he goes.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Digger. I'll leave right away. Oh, thanks for the advice.
Don't mention it. You know me. Always glad to give a friend a push in the right direction. Well, cheerio. I'd better be Shovel it all.
Well, here we are, Gillis, back home.
Yeah, they'll be surprised to see us.
Yeah, I feel like such a fool coming home 4 days ahead of time.
So do I, but it's worth it not to be homesick.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, we might as well face the music.
Yep. See you later, Randy.
Okay. Peg, it's me. I'm home. Peg. Junior. Babs. Hey, where is everybody?
Honeybee! Hey, please! Honeybee, it's me! Who's me? I'm home, Honeybee!
Hey, Gillis, there's nobody home.
Nobody at my place, neither.
Well, that's a fine thing. We come home unexpected and there's nobody here.
There's something funny here, Riley. My Honeybee is always home at this hour. This is the time she always listens in on the party line.
Something funny about my house, too. The blinds are all down.
Hey, Riley, look, there's a note there in the milk bottle.
Let's see that. Maybe it says here where they are. Gillis! They went up to the cabin in Big Beaver Lake.
What?
Yeah, look. Don't leave any milk until further notice. Have gone up to Big Beaver Lake to join my husband.
My family must have went with her.
They're there and we're here.
We'll just have to wait here till they get back.
Gillis, there's something I don't understand. Here we are at home and I'm still homesick.
Me too. I'm miserable.
Gillis, this proves something. We ain't homesick for the home. We're homesick for what's in it.
You mean our wives and kids?
Yeah.
You know what this means, Riley? We like being married.
What a revolting development this is.
Hey, mister, are you Chester Riley?
Yeah, that's me.
Well, telegram, sign here.
Gillis, this must be from them.
Hurry, open it up.
Poor things must be miserable all alone without us up there. They must be suffering.
What's the matter? What does it say?
Arrived this morning, found you were gone, having wonderful time. They like it up there.
They're happy without us.
We might as well face it, Gillis. This means only one thing. After 17 years of married life, the honeymoon is over.
Draft will bring back the Rileys in a moment. Now let's talk about that pretty wardrobe you've assembled for this summer's fun. To help keep it looking its loveliest, use Draft. Yes, Draft offers brighter, fresher, safer cleaning than any previous suds in history. Take those beautiful new dark shades of nylons. Draft will keep them color true as water alone, sheer looking as new. That new golfing sweater, too. Draft will wash it softer and fluffier than even expensive soap flakes. And because Draft leaves no soap deposit in fabrics, filmy lingerie reveals its true beauty washing after washing. So no wonder millions of women have made Draft America's largest selling brand for silks, nylons, woolens, dishes. So for your nice washables, don't get left, get Draft.
We're home.
Oh, Daddy, where are you?
Hey, Junior Babsy. Hey, Junior Babsy, you're back.
Oh,
Take off your coat. Sit down. Stay a while. I mean, I'm so excited I don't know what I mean.
Did you miss us?
Did I miss you? Believe me, I learned something while you were gone.
What, dear?
I found out that there's nothing like having a wife and children. No father should be without them.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Draft, the sudsing miracle for silks, nylons, woolens, and dishes, invite you to be their guests next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix is currently appearing in the Paramount picture Calcutta. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard, music by Lou Kozlov. The script was written by Alan Lipscott, Reuben Schiff, and Jack Becker. Mrs. Riley's Paula Winslow, Digger Odell is John Brown, Babs is Barbara Otter, Junior is Tony Cook, and Honeybee is Elvia Allman. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to listen again next week.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Pine Ridge is still minus 2 of its citizens, Elizabeth and little Pearl, but it's now acquired a new citizen, at least temporarily. A young woman appeared at the Jot 'em Down store and left her baby with Lum and Abner while she went to the post office to buy a money order. However, she never went to the post office, nor did she return for her baby. And so far, no trace of her has been found. As we look at the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum has just entered. Listen.
Yeah, morning, Lum. Whereabouts is the baby?
Oh, let me sit down here. I'm wore to a frazzle. Oh. Wore to a frazzle.
Hey, where's the baby at?
Oh, I left him over at the place there.
By himself?
No, I got Mousy to come over and stay with him.
Mousy, now what does he know about taking care of babies?
Well, I just give him instructions what to do. Just takes a little common sense, that's all. Women folks always make a lot of fuss over taking care of babies, but that's just a lot of husk and shuckings.
How'd you get along with him last night?
Oh, fine, Dan. There weren't nothing to it.
What you so wore out for then? You look like you never had a wink of sleep.
Well, I did get up once or twice with him. Just routine stuff, though. Just checking up on him. He cried a little bit long, about 10 o'clock, and I got up to see what was wrong with him.
What was wrong with him?
Well, I never did find out. I got him right back to sleep, though, in an hour or two. Maybe 3, I don't recollect.
You mean he cried for 3 hours?
Well, not study. He'd let up once in a while, especially when I'd swing him up over my head.
Was you swinging him around in the air in the middle of the night?
Well, he seemed to like it. My arms got awful tired, though, I can tell you that.
I do know. Did he ever get back to sleep?
Oh, yeah, sure. He went to sleep all right. I don't know, but I believe I must have some magic touch with young'uns. He went right to sleep after a while. Of course, a funny thing happened then.
Funny thing?
Yeah, I hate to tell it on myself. When he finally went to sleep, he was so doggone quiet that I got to worrying about him, so I got up to see why he wasn't making more noise, and then that woke him up, and he started crying all over again.
He did? I Doggies, now, you're going to ruin that baby.
No, I ain't. It's natural for babies to cry. Besides, he never cried much the second time, just a couple of hours or so.
Couple of hours?
Yeah, I got him back to sleep again. I sat up in my rocking chair and rocked him the rest of the night.
For the land's sakes, Lum, that ain't no way to do with a baby. You're going to spoil him that way. Now, you better let me take him home with me tonight.
No, now, he's sort of used to it over at my place for now. Ain't good to drag young'uns all over the country to a lot of different places. Besides, Elizabeth ain't showed up yet to take care of him.
Well, I can do it. I'll do it. He's better than you're doing. I can tell you that right now.
No, you couldn't, Andy.
Yes,
You still got them old-timey ideas about raising young'uns. Wait a minute, I believe that's our ring.
Yeah, my ideas might be old-timey, but they don't keep a young'un crying all night long, I'll tell you that.
Hello, Jot 'em Down store, library, and publishing company. L. Eddard's talking.
I just tried for it.
Oh, hello, Mousy. What's the trouble?
Rock him all night.
Yes, huh? Well, maybe he's a little hungry. Yeah, better give him some more milk.
Tell him to warm it up first, Mom.
Warm it up first, Mousy. Oh, I don't know, about a quart, I reckon.
That's way too much, Mom.
Make that a pint, Mousy.
That's still too much.
Well, give him as much as he wants and see how that works, Mousy. Yeah, call me back and let me know. All right, Mousy. Goodbye.
Doggies, Lum, you don't even know how you're supposed to feed him.
Well, I hate to see the little feller starve to death. Wouldn't hurt to fatten him up a little.
He's fat enough, just like he is. I recollect when little Pearl was about his age, he never weighed no more than
Wonderful world.
Oh, howdy, Cedric.
Well, hello, Mr. Abner, Mr. Lum. Well, I got some news for you, Mr. Uncle Henry Lunsford told me about it.
Uncle Henry, the town marshal?
Yes, Mom. Yeah, I told Uncle Henry to check up on that woman that left the baby, Abner.
Oh.
What did he find out, Cedric? Well, he said to tell you he ain't found out nothing so far. Nobody knows nothing.
Well, didn't nobody get the license number on her car or see what state it was from or nothing?
No, Mom. Nobody knows nothing, he said.
Hey, Doggies, Lum, this is curious, you know what? First Elizabeth and little Pearl runs off, and we don't hear a single word from them, and now this woman disappears and leaves a little young'un in our store. We don't know where she went or nothing.
Yeah, it does look mighty curious, don't it?
Yes, sir.
Reckon what a woman like her'd want to run off and leave a little baby for her. Special, such a cute one.
Well, maybe she's just poor and couldn't afford to take care of it no more.
Well, that woman never looked poor, though. She's wearing nice clothes and driving her own car.
Yeah.
No, that couldn't have been it.
No, I reckon not. No.
There's something mysterious there, and I aim to find out what it is, too.
I wish we could.
First thing we got to do is find out who that woman is.
Yeah.
She sure likes to ask questions, don't she?
Likes to ask questions.
What do you mean by that, Cedric? Well, the other day she... Is that your ring there? Oh, yeah. Just a minute, I'll get it.
Yeah.
Hello, jot 'em down, store and library. Lum and Abner's talking. Huh? Oh, what is it, Mousy? Wouldn't work, huh?
Is he still crying?
Yeah. What's that, Mousy? Well, I'd try something else this time. Give him some orange juice and tomato juice and anything else you see there.
Well, don't give him too much, Lum.
There's some buttermilk there, Mousy. Crumble a little cornbread up in it.
Fun, too, goodness.
Yeah, try that, Mousy, and if it don't work, call me back. All right, Mousy, goodbye.
Doggies, Lum, now you're going to feed him too much stuff.
No, I ain't. The little feller's natural hungry, and got to have a lot to fill him up. When he gets his stomach full, he'll stop that crying.
Well, maybe that ain't why he's crying, though. Maybe it's something else.
Listen, Abner, I know what I'm doing. You just leave him up to me. What was you saying, Cedric? Mom, what'd you start to tell us about that woman asking questions? Oh, that, well, the other day she seen me crossing the road and stopped me and asked me a lot of questions, that's all.
What was some of the questions, Cedric?
Oh, I forget most of them now. Mostly she asked me about you fellas, I think.
Us fellas?
Yes, Mom. If you was making any money and if you was kind and gentle and, well, I don't know what all.
Want to know if we was making money, huh? Doggies, Lum, you don't reckon she's one of them, what do you call them, blackmailers?
No, I don't believe so, Edna. She never looked like that kind.
No, nice-looking woman.
Fact is, she looked like an awful nice lady.
Yeah. Her voice sounded awful mysterious now that I think about it. Well, I believe it did anyway.
Oh, you're just imagining that, Edna. Did you say she wanted to know if we was kind and gentle, Cedric? Yes, Mom, and generous, and whereabouts you lived at, and how you lived, and if you helped other folks, and a bunch of other stuff.
Well?
Yes. That sort of looks like she is definite aiming on leaving the baby with us when she come in here, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she wouldn't ever have bothered to find out all that stuff about it.
Why, no.
She asked whereabouts your store was at, too, and where the post office was at. Recollect that now.
Did she ask that, Cedric?
Yes, Mom.
Well, that shows she ain't a very smart woman right there, Lum. 'Cause she got that all mixed up when she come in here. She thought this was a post office.
No, she didn't, Abner. I see through the whole thing now. She just used that as an excuse to get us to hold the baby for her.
She did, huh?
Well, she said she wanted to get a money order, but Dick said he never sold her none. She never even asked for one.
No, I know that. No.
She just jumped in her car and got out of town as fast as she could.
Yeah.
Dick seen her leave. But, of course, he never knowed nothing about the baby, or you could have run out there and stopped her. Wait a minute, I believe I get the phone again.
Oh, but I wish he had stopped her. I know that.
Hello, jot 'em down. Is that you again, Mousy?
Oh, I'm taking care of the poor little fella.
Orange juice and tomato juice never work neither, huh? Is he crying as loud as ever?
Poor little fella.
Well, maybe he needs some solid food.
Uh-oh.
Look in the icebox, Mousy, and you'll find some pancakes left over from breakfast. Give him a couple or three of them.
Now, Lum, don't give him pancakes.
And put some sorghum molasses on them. That'll make them taste good.
Lum, you're going to kill him, sure as a word.
What is in the kitchen safe there, Mousy? Oh, yeah. Well, give him one of them fried eggs and a cold pork chop.
Oh, my.
Yeah, see how that works, Mousy, and then call me back. All right, Mousy. Goodbye.
You don't realize what you're doing now, Lum.
I know what I'm doing. He needs that solid food. I know I'd be crying, too, if all I got to eat was milk and orange juice.
Oh.
What else did she ask you, Cedric? I don't recollect nothing else, I don't believe. Well, anyways, we know now that it wasn't no accident that she left the baby with me.
No.
We know she done it on a purpose. But what that purpose is, I can't figure out.
Well, now, what are we going to do about the baby, Lum?
Well, there's just one thing to do, and that's turn him over to the police.
Police? Well, he ain't stole nothing, has he?
Oh, this might be a kidnapping case for all we know.
Oh, he's too little to kidnap that woman, Lum.
I think we'll wait another day before we do it, though. We'll wait till tomorrow, and then if the woman ain't come back, why, we'll carry the baby into the county seat.
Yeah, if he lasts that long, the way you're taking care of him.
Listen, Abner, don't you worry about what I'm doing. I'm sort of a natural-born expert.
Well, if anything happens, just recollect that I don't want it.
Just a minute, that's our ring.
Oh, my.
Hello, John. Oh, hello, Mousy.
I hate to hear this.
He did, huh? Well, what all did you give him?
Poor little fella. Oh, my.
The pork chop done it, huh?
Oh, me. Oh, my goodness.
Was there plenty of sorghum on it? Well, much obliged for letting me know right away, Mousy. Yeah, I'll drop over there at lunchtime. All right, Mousy. Goodbye.
Is he awful sick, Lum? Is he having convulsions or anything?
No, he's fine.
Fine?
Yeah. 1 pancake and 1 pork chop, and he stopped crying.
Oh.
Now he's as happy as a kitten. Mousy says he crawled over under the stove and went sound asleep.
Doggies, that's going too far. Feeding a young'un cold pork chops and pancakes and then letting him crawl under the stove to sleep. Now, what would that woman think of you treating her baby that way, Lum?
Baby? I ain't talking about the baby.
Huh?
He's been sound asleep all morning. It's that little pup I got for him to play with that's giving Mousy the trouble.
Andy, come on, let's go.
Wait a minute, Amos. What's going on here?
It's the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, welcome to the Amos and Andy Show with their guest tonight, the Motion Picture Academy Award winner, Mr. Paul Lucas. And now, to our stars and their show. Here are Amos and Andy and their guest for tonight, Mr. Paul Lucas. Last night, the monthly meeting of the Women's Auxiliary was held at the Lodge Hall. The married men took advantage of the evening off and went to the neighborhood movie theater, where they saw 4 full-length features and selected shorts. Andy went with the boys, and at the moment they're all in the office discussing the show.
Well, considering everything, it was a pretty good show last night for 20 cents.
Yeah, when you get 4 feature pictures for that money, that's a bargain. Yeah, they was all good, too.
Yeah, but I can't figure out these moving picture companies, though. Now, take that one picture there. They started it off in Technicolor and ended it up regular.
Oh, what you talking about, Andy? You fell asleep there for an hour and a half, and you see the beginning of one picture and the end of another one.
Oh, that was it, huh? I thought that story was a little jumpy. I couldn't figure out why this Russian soldier bails out of an airplane with a parachute, and later on he turns out to be Andy Hardy.
I remember, Miss Andy, when you used to sleep all day in the picture show.
Quiet, Lightning, quiet. You know, there was another picture they had there that I didn't understand. That spy story. And I was awake during the whole thing, too.
Oh, didn't understand it, huh?
No.
You know, Andy, whether you was awake or asleep, the results seemed to be the same.
Yeah, well, what was it that bothered you about the spy story, Andy?
Well, in the first place, it just wasn't natural to have an enemy spy living right here in New York.
Oh, look, Andy, that could happen. I read in the paper only the other day that they caught an enemy spy over in Brooklyn. His next-door neighbor got suspicious of him, reported it to the FBI. They investigated the thing, and they found out the man really was a spy, and they arrested him. The fella that reported him got a big reward for it, too.
Reward in money, huh?
Talking about spies, you know, I took that job down at the hotel, and I was just thinking, there's a fella living down there that could be a spy. I know he ain't using his right name. At least he don't answer to it.
Well, that don't mean nothing, Lightning. I used to call on a gal, and her papa was a truck driver. I told him my name was Frank Smith. That didn't mean I was a spy, though, did it?
No, sir.
It's just that I didn't want to get kicked down the steps under my own name.
This fella at the hotel calls himself Gordon. He even talks like a spy to me. Mr. Gordon has got some kind of accent in the middle of his voice, and he don't talk good English.
Well, that don't prove nothing neither, Lightning. After all, when it comes to using the United States language in good grammars, why, it ain't everybody that speak good English like we done do.
Yeah, that's right. And when we does it, we speaks it fluently, too. Hey, look, fellas, Lightning might be wrong about this whole thing, but at the same time, he might have something there. I don't know. Yeah, he might have that, you know what? And with a chance of a reward. Say, we don't want to let no spies slip through our fingers here. Say, what kind of work do you do at the hotel, Lightning?
Vacuuming and emptying waste baskets and stuff like that. They told me that I was supposed to do everything that's too heavy for a maid to do, but not heavy enough to hire a man for.
Look here, Lightning, listen. The idea done hit me in the head here. When you go up there this afternoon to work around, keep your eyes open and see what you can find out. Yeah, and look here. When you was vacuuming around there, and this is reporting, Lightning, now listen. When you was vacuuming, work as close to the man as you can so that you don't miss a word he say.
Yes, I'll do that.
And there's an old detective trick that you can use with that vacuuming, too. In case you sees any suspicious papers around there when the man is in the room, all you got to do is kind of sweep them up in the vacuum, and when you gets out in the hall, you empties the bag, and there they is. Yeah, Lightning, that's right. You might even put the vacuum on the dresser and suck up anything that's laying around there, too.
Well, Paul Lucas, I finally found you.
Come in, Richard. So Warner Brothers have transferred you to their New York office, huh?
That's right. They made me the Eastern representative. Say, Paul, what's the idea of all this secrecy?
You mean registering in this hotel under the name of Gordon?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just because my doctor wants me to take complete rest, and so for a few days I'm hiding out here.
Well, tell me, Paul, have you read over the script of your next picture?
Yes, I have, Richard, and to be perfectly frank, I'm not too happy with it. For one thing, it's a Nazi picture, and I would like a different type of part. Then on top of that, it's the kind of story that would have some comedy in it, but there is none.
What, have you spoken to Jack Warner about all this, Paul?
No, but I have a call in for Hollywood now. I expect to talk to him around 5 o'clock.
I'm sure he'll straighten everything out. Oh, say, before I forget it, my little niece wants an autographed picture of you. I dug up this old one. Would you mind signing this?
Oh, yes, this one is Nazi uniform.
Yeah.
Just lay it on the desk there. I'll sign it before you go, Richard. I don't have a pen right here. Oh, come in.
Hello, Mr. Gordon.
Not again, please. You have vacuumed the room 5 times today.
Well, I just trying to keep the floor from getting dirtied up with suspicious papers. Here's some stuff that I got in the last load. You can have it back. It don't prove nothing.
Thank you. You know, Richard, this hotel has the most amazing type of service I've ever known. They not only sweep your place 5 times a day, but whatever they sweep up, they bring back.
Yes, I can see that.
Now, look here, young fellow.
Yeah.
This time, would you do me the favor of starting in the bedroom? You haven't been in there for a half an hour. It must be filthy.
I'll start vacuuming in the bedroom, Mr. Gordon.
Richard, I have never known such service in my life. The carpets in this hotel can't last a week.
Well, I shouldn't imagine a guest would last that long.
Now, Richard, to go back to my attitude about my career, I feel very strongly about this Nazi business.
Well, I can understand why you're concerned, but I think you're wrong.
Possibly, Richard, yes, but don't you see how it might affect my future? Of course, I realize that the Nazi angle has a tremendous following.
Certainly, that's why there's a lot of money in it.
Well, that's true, but suppose we look at it another way.
How's that?
Offhand, I would say that the thing to consider is the question of a young man turned that off.
Yes, sir.
And I would appreciate it very much if you would take the vacuum cleaner out from between my legs.
Yes, sir.
I thought I asked you to start in the bedroom.
Yes, I sure finished quick, didn't I?
Richard, suppose we go in the other room.
Yeah, that's all right with me.
Me too.
No, you stay here. Come, Richard, this matter is very important to me. We can talk about it inside.
Well, it's worth trying.
Now, you remember when I was making confessions of a Nazi spy?
I remember very well.
Oh, Richard, don't look now, but I think we are being followed. What can I do? Oh, I have it. Let's go in here. This will be our sanctuary. Now, as I was saying, Richard, the important thing in this question is that Oh, shut that off!
Yes.
Since when do you vacuum a tile floor?
So you really think the man is a spy, huh, Lightning?
Yes, sir. I heard him and another man talking about Nazis and all that stuff. He was even talking about one time when he had to confess because he was a Nazi spy.
Yeah, well, fellows, I think we got something here.
I said, well, this ought to prove it. Look here. Here's a picture of him that I done picked up off his desk.
Oh, yeah. And in a Nazi uniform. Look at there. Fellows, that settles it.
You know, Andy, there'd be a big reward for capturing a big spy like this. Yeah, but we really got to get the goods on him.
Yeah, well, how are you going to do that?
And I got an idea. Listen, Andy, if we could get up there and talk to this guy and tell him that we is spies, too, he might open up and tell us everything.
Yeah, you got something there.
And that's what we're going to do. Look here. We're going up to see Mr. Gordon. And remember, we is two of the most desperate spies in the country.
Hello? Jack Warner? Oh, yes, put him on, please. Hello. Hello, Jack. Yes, I am going under the name of Gordon. What? Well, the picture script is all right, Jack, but for one thing, I think that it needs a big comedy situation in the middle someplace. That's right, exactly. Yes. Well, the other thing that bothers me is that I'm not too keen about playing the part of a Nazi. You have me cast there as a saboteur, blowing up bridges and doing many things which... Oh, hold it a minute, Jack. There is somebody knocking. Always when I'm talking long distance.
Mr. Gordon, we'd like to speak to you.
Oh, yes, private if we can.
Well, come in. I have an important telephone call in the other room. Excuse me, please. Sit down.
Oh, yeah. Oh, keep your ears open, man.
Yeah. Hello, Jack. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Yes, as I was saying, I don't like the idea of blowing up bridges.
Andy, there's our man.
Yes, I know, Jack, but all of this blowing up bridges and dynamiting railroads and general destruction of property, all of this may hurt my popularity.
Yeah, he's right. That ain't exactly the way to make friends.
Yeah, the boy ain't no sissy, is he?
Well, now that sounds a little better, Jack. What? Ah, yes. I'll speak to you again in a day or two. Well, you are the boss. All right, Jack. Goodbye now.
Now, don't forget, Andy, we got to act like spies.
Yeah.
All right, now, boys, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Gordon, let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. X47.
I'm happy to know you.
And my friend here is Mr. X94. He got in later than I did.
Glad to know you, Mr. Pardon me, I didn't get your number.
Number? I don't know what you mean.
Oh, you can trust us, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, now, look here. We is all in this spy thing together. Great business, ain't it?
I don't think I quite understand.
Now, look here. We'll give it to you straight from the shoulder. You is a spy, and we is spies.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but don't worry, Mr. Gordon. We ain't going to try to cut you out or nothing. There's enough work here for everybody.
On this blowing up bridges and all that stuff, we was even thinking of merging with you.
Merging?
Yeah, we could pool our dynamite and really do something worthwhile up here.
Yeah, do that sound interesting to you?
You are thoroughly convinced I'm a spy?
Oh, we'll take your word for it. A spy with an honest face like you ain't gonna lie.
Now, this merger you were talking about, have you some plans?
Oh, yeah, sir. We got some plans all worked out. And if you ain't doing nothing tonight, why, we'd like to have you join us.
Yeah, and bring your boss along, too.
You mean you are really planning some of the spy work tonight?
Oh, sure. We is busy with it every night. We ain't never got a minute to ourselves.
Mr. Gordon, if we told you just half of what we done in this spy business, make your eyes pop out.
I see. Well, it might be a good idea for us to get together at that. And as you suggest, I'll bring the boss. Yeah. Where do we meet?
Well, now, I'll tell you a good place. Under the wharf at 38th Street and the river.
We'll start from there. We'll blow up docks, dynamite railroads, burn warehouses, wreck factories, or we'll really make a night of it.
Shall we make it about 10 o'clock tonight?
Let's make it 8. My wife don't like me to stay out late.
Well, since Andy and the Kingfish are convinced that Paul Lucas is a spy, they're setting a trap for him. And Lucas, being a little suspicious of the boys' activities, is doing a little trap setting himself. We find him now at FBI headquarters talking to Chief Murdoch.
Chief Murdoch, it is quite possible that I'm unnecessarily alarmed about this situation.
Not at all, Mr. Lucas, not at all. Our business is to track down every suspicious incident, whether it might turn out to be a wild goose chase or not.
Having spoken to these men, frankly, it hardly seems possible that they are capable of doing these things which they claim to have done.
Well, you never can tell. They've got some funny ducks doing that kind of work.
And the reason I came here was that if they are really spies, I never would have forgiven myself.
Of course not. I'll tell you what we'll do, Mr. Lucas. You meet these fellows by the wharf at the appointed time. I'll have one of my men go along with you, a fellow by the name of Carter. He knows exactly what to do in handling these cases.
I'll do just as you say.
Well, from what you tell me, fellas, it sure sounds like this man Gordon ain't up to no good.
Oh, there ain't no two ways about it. He's a big spy, all right.
Oh, that's right. Why, this fellow might be Matter Harry himself.
Yeah, well, what is you figuring on doing about it? Is you going to tell the police now?
No, not yet, we ain't. If they gets in on it too soon, we're going to have to split the reward. Listen, we has done set a trap already, and we're leaving right now to meet the spies. We're going to get the police in later.
Well, I gotta admit, this is a great thing that you're doing here, fella.
Oh, I can't wait. Come on, Kingfish.
It sure take a lot of courage.
Let's get going.
And a lot of bravery, too.
We is on our way.
Of course, you're liable to get shot.
Hold it. Right.
Wait a minute, now, look, Andy, don't get cold feet now. If there was any danger in this thing, I wouldn't be in it myself.
Yeah, but instead of meeting them under that wharf, though, why couldn't we meet them in front of the police station?
Andy, ain't you ashamed of yourself? Suppose Paul Revere done talk that way you talking now.
Yeah, well, was he tracking down spies?
Oh, certainly. Don't you remember that famous poem, Hardly a Man is Now Alive Who Don't Remember Paul Revere Tracking Down Spies? Oh, that was a great verse.
Say, how is you fellas going to work this whole thing anyway?
Well, we got it all figured out, Amos. We meets them down at the wharf where it's dark. Then we finds out where they is going to blow up something, and we goes along with them.
Yeah, but one thing. I stops. And I plays like I'm going to call up my girl.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you do.
And then I calls the police, tells them all about it, tips them off so they can meet us there, and we're going to catch them in the act.
Yeah, well, fellas, I tell you what, thinking this thing over and everything, well, you sure doing a patriotic thing here, all right, and I just want to say good luck to both of you.
Come on, Ender. If this thing is a success, we is liable to get the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Yeah, and if something blows up under us, we're liable to get the Flying Cross, too. Kingfish, listen, I don't know whether we ought to come down here or not. Show is spooky down here under this wharf.
Yeah, well, I've been in better places. Ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah. Oh, man, I don't see no sign of him yet.
Oh, he'll be here, and like you say, he'll bring the boss, too. And you sure don't look much like a spy with them white tennis shoes on.
Yeah, well, in case I got to do any running, I want my feet to take hold. Say, Kingfish, how long has we been here?
What do you mean, how long we've been here? Maybe 15 seconds?
Yeah, well, you think there's any point in waiting any longer?
And will you please calm down?
Hello.
Hello there. Wait a minute, here they come. How is you? This is X-47 and X-94. Advance and give the password, which is Dynamite Makes Right.
Dynamite makes right.
Okay, friend, proceed down here. Well, we meet again.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. Pardon the tennis shoes I got on. I just come off the courts.
I would like to meet our boss here, Mr. Carter.
How is you, old boy?
Yeah, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance.
Boys, it's a pleasure to meet you. Did you bring some dynamite with you?
Well, with us? You see,
funny thing, just at the last minute we discovered we was clean out of dynamite, and just our luck, all the stores was closed. Yeah.
I think Carter here has enough for our needs.
Why, yeah, sure. There's enough here in this package to blow up the whole town.
Well, yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Where are you going to do this job so we can get over there?
Well, boys, I think we'll start work right here, huh? We blow this wharf and the warehouse goes right with it.
Wait a minute, though, Mister. I thought we were just meeting here.
Well, this is a good place to start. Don't you think so, Gordon?
Yeah.
This place is on the list, too, ain't it, Gordon?
Yeah.
You're with us on this, ain't you, X-47?
Yeah, sure.
Why don't we leave here and blow up something someplace else?
Yeah, someplace near a telephone.
This is no time to argue. Come on, no time to argue. Carter, the dynamite.
Okay, I'll unwrap it here. I think there's 2 dozen sticks here.
That's good. That makes 6 apiece.
6 apiece? Kingfish, I gotta make a telephone call.
Yeah, come on, I'll show you where the nearest phone is. Come on.
Stop. No one leaves here until the job is done.
Here, buddy. Here's 6 sticks for you.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Be careful, Andy. Where's that cigar stump you had?
I swallowed it.
Give the other man his 6 sticks and let's get to work.
Well, I don't want to take none of that.
Here, take it.
Yeah, sir, yeah.
Somebody take this dynamite I got, will you? I can't hold it no longer.
Careful, do not drop that.
Oh, me, Kingfish, I wish I was back in Harlem.
If you drop that dynamite, you're liable to be in Harlem, Brooklyn, and the Bronx all at the same time. Hold on.
Mister, could we leave here so I could talk to my gal?
Yes, I'd like to talk to his gal, too, mister.
Yeah. Here, mister, take this stuff. It wouldn't be fair for us to use your dynamite no way.
See you again sometime, Spies, old boy.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
All right, Mr. Lucas, all right. I think I've heard enough. These guys are phonies.
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Gordon.
My name is not Gordon. My name is Paul Lucas.
Paul Lucas?
And this gentleman here happens to be an FBI man.
I don't know what you men are up to, but we'll certainly find out down at headquarters.
Well, now, wait just a minute, mister. Well, look here, mister. I tell you the truth now. We just thought this man here was a spy, and we was trying to trap him by saying that we were spies ourselves.
Yeah, sir, that's right, mister. Honest. The only thing I ever blowed up in my whole life was a balloon.
Well, we'll get to the bottom of this. I can promise you that.
Oh, well, please, mister, you can't take us down to headquarters.
Well, didn't you say you were espionage agents?
Yeah, sir, we is that all right, but I declare we ain't spies.
Yes, Jack, yes. That's the whole story. It all happened since I last talked with you on the phone. I think it's very funny. Of course. Oh, yes. From overhearing the conversation with you on the phone and seeing the picture of me in the Nazi uniform, they decided I was an enemy spy, and then they went through all this trouble to trap me. What? Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, I'd be glad to do it. What's that? Oh, the 2 men. They released them immediately. Yes, I'll go up and see them, Jack. Yes. Well, the whole thing just proves once again that truth is stranger than fiction.
Oh, I tell you, Kingfish, I am still nervous about that whole spy thing.
Yeah, it turned out to be a mess, didn't it? When we planned the thing and worked it all out, I thought we was on the right track there.
Well, it ain't no harm done as long as you didn't get in no serious trouble.
Yeah, well, it's just that we...
wait a minute. Come in.
How do you do, gentlemen?
Oh, hello, Mr. Lucas.
Dynamite makes right. May I come in?
Yeah, sir. Sit down, Mr. Lucas. Here, take this chair right here.
Yeah. Thank you. And, my friend from the hotel. How are you?
I'm pretty good, thank you, sir.
Now, the reason I'm here, gentlemen...
Well, now, wait just a minute, Mr. Lucas. Now, look here. Now, I'm going to tell you, before you say anything, I just want you to know right now that all that spy stuff wasn't our fault. Lightning here is the man that started the whole thing, planned it all out, or he's the one, he ain't got no sense, he's the one that he done cost us a lot of money in his life. I tell you, he ain't no good. Lightning is the one that's responsible.
But Kingfish...
Quiet, Lightning. Let somebody else talk, will you? That's right, what the Kingfish say, Mr. Lucas. The whole thing was Lightning's idea.
Well, then, Lightning, I have something to say to you.
Yeah, sir.
Now, this whole spy idea is going to be used in my next picture. And in appreciation for your efforts, my studio would like to present you with this $100 bill.
What? For Lightning?
$100 bill just for what I done.
That's right. And I personally will give you another $50, too.
What's that for?
If you promise never to vacuum my room again.
Next Friday evening at this same time, there will be another Amos and Andy show. At that time, Andy gets in a jam that could happen to you. Did you ever get suspicious when somebody gave you something? Well, tune in next Friday night. Our thanks to Mr. Paul Lucas for appearing with us tonight. He is currently starred in the Warner Brothers picture Uncertain Glory. The Amos and Andy show is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, and before I say goodnight, one more reminder. It's so much easier for you ladies to save used fats now, what with rationing off so many things. You ought to be doubling and tripling the amount you turn in. It's more urgently needed than ever for precious medicines and supplies. And you'll get 4 cents and 2 red points for every pound you turn in. Thank you, and good night.
From New York, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Sam.
George and Gracie. Spam, whoa boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns, Gracie Allen on the show where the dog is straw. Singing glee with the smoothies three. To start the fun, here's Jimmy Wallington.
Another Monday night at your house, and time for Burns and Allen, and time for you to discover the way women all over the country have learned how to give the family a breakfast that is different. Serve Spam fried. Spam is tender, tasty meat, a perfect blend of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and ham cooked to a savory goodness. Made only by Hormel, Spam is packed in a handy can, so all you do is open it, cut off slices of Spam, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Serve sizzling hot with eggs or a stack of wheat cakes, and you'll start the family off in the morning with a meal that sticks to the ribs. Try Spam fried, the quickest, tastiest breakfast you've had in many a day. But start right and get the real thing. Be sure to ask your food dealer for SPAM. Spam. And look who's here, your two delightful Spam stars, George and Gracie.
Thank you very, very much. 1st of August in the middle of July, the afternoon was wet and morning.
Well,
it was
Gracie, you're in a very, very gay mood tonight.
Gay mood? Well, sure I'm in a gay mood. Everybody's in a gay mood today. Today's the day.
Today's the day.
St. Patrick's Day.
I see.
Oh, it's a wonderful day in the year, and I'm not saying that because I'm Irish.
Oh, no.
Of course, I'm only Irish on my mother and father's side.
I say. Only on your mother and father's
Yeah,
side.
and that goes for them, too.
I see what you mean, yeah.
Oh, I can just see my uncle tonight with his top hat and his frock coat looking into the mirror to see if his black eye's on straight. Was on the 31st of August
in the middle of July. I'll bet your family was in good spirits tonight.
Oh, and vice versa. Oh, George. George, I marched in the Fifth Avenue Parade today. It was the St. Patrick's Day Parade, you know.
I know, I was born in New York. I see those parades.
Boy, what excitement.
Every year you have those parades.
Yeah, what excitement.
Born
what
here,
music,
you know,
what
yes.
glamour, what bargains at Bergdorf Goodman's window, what crowd.
Wait a minute. Bergdorf Goodman's window?
Yeah, what crowd.
Even the parade didn't stop you from window shopping?
Oh, no. Oh, and this is kind of cute, George. A floor walker was peeking out of the window, and he was flirting with me.
Flirting with you?
Well, I sort of looked at him, and he winked back at me. And,
he winked back at you.
Yes.
I see.
And, you know, he looked
You didn't wink at him first.
No.
Did you ever wank at anybody?
No. No, he just looked at me, and, you know who he looks like? He looks like that movie star with the big mouth, you know, Joey Green. He was sort of tall.
Joey Green?
Yes, he was sort of
I say
tall.
it's Joey Brown.
Not on St. Patrick's Day.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July. So you were in the parade today, huh?
Oh, yes. And it stopped at 57th Street, and we had a 2-hour demonstration.
A 2-hour demonstration?
Yes. There was a traffic light there, and every time it turned green, we cheered.
I see what you mean, yes.
And every time it turned red, we booed.
You
We had
booed.
more
Gracie,
fun.
I'll bet there must have been a lot of booze.
Oh, no booze. Nobody was drinking. It was on the
31st of August in the middle of July. Oh, no booze. Oh, stop, Gracie. I'm getting so hoarse I can hardly talk above a whiskey.
Yeah. Oh, just imagine, George.
Do you see what I mean?
George, just imagine.
That's a three-star joke.
Just
And
imagine.
another joke later that I'll use for chaser.
Judge, just imagine little me of all people leading such a big parade. 80,000 Irishmen following me. 79,000 were policemen.
I see what you mean. Gracie, in the first place, I don't believe you were leading the parade.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Well, I wasn't exactly leading the parade. I was sort of up in front, more like in the middle.
Oh, in the middle.
Well, more towards the end, sort of like last.
Like last, yes.
It was a great parade, they tell me. I'm sorry I missed it.
You missed it?
On the 31st of August in the middle of...
Stop.
Well, I didn't exactly miss it. What happened was, I was on the sidewalk, and there was a little fellow who couldn't see the parade, so I put him on my shoulder.
A little fellow?
Yeah, Mayor LaGuardia. And he
Wait a minute. Mayor LaGuardia?
Yeah, it was from the
31st of August in the middle of July. Look, I've had enough of this parade and enough of the song.
And, George, during the parade, there were men selling shamrocks, green ice cream, furniture, clay pipes.
They were selling furniture?
Yeah, a man came up to me and he said, lady, will you give me 25 cents for a bed? And I said to him, I said, now listen to me,
Gracie,
my good man.
Just a second. If you don't mind pausing, I have a line.
Well...
A very big line. Gracie, the man was a panhandler.
No, he was only handling beds.
Oh, he didn't have any pens.
Well, I couldn't tell. He had on a long overcoat.
All right, please.
Say, Gracie, whenever you meet a panhandler, why don't you do what I do? I just brush them off.
Well, Jimmy, with your mustache, you can do it.
No, what I mean is, Gracie, I don't give him any cash. Now, just the other day, I met a man who said, Mister, I'm starving. Would you help me?
Oh, isn't that silly? Why should you help him starve?
I didn't, Gracie, I didn't. I just reached in my pocket, opened my wallet, and gave him a can of Spam.
You keep Spam in your wallet?
Oh, sure. It doesn't need refrigeration.
Well, keep on with this wallet. Another joke like that, and this program, Bill fold up.
Well, anyway, after the parade...
That's the chaser.
Well, anyway, after the parade, Artie Shaw took me home, and we were sitting in the living room, and I said, Artie?
Artie Shaw took you home?
Yes, and I said, Artie?
Didn't I tell you to break up this romance?
Yes, and I said, Artie?
Oh, stop with that, Artie. Artie, were you out with Gracie again last night?
Sure, it was on the 31st of August.
Oh, fine. Gracie, try to get this through that silly head of yours. You've got to split this thing up. Business and romance don't mix.
Well, I guess you're right, George. You just can't mix business with romance.
Well, it's about time you realized it.
So, we'll take the romance and give you the business. Hello.
Hello. Well, I give up.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July.
Is that the right key?
The afternoon was wet and the morning it was dry.
You might as well finish it.
I met a fair young lady sitting under an old oak tree.
Pretty.
And give it a word I said to her, and the same she said to me.
Well, I didn't know you could dance, Gracie. I certainly was.
Well, George, it looks like you and Gracie are washed up for good. Brother, ever since she and Artie started to say, "Plow," I knew you were a dead duck.
Yeah, Jimmy, I better break that romance up. It's lasted longer than the snow on the streets in New York. And I know how to break it up. I'll use system number 3.
System number 3, what's that?
The old sympathy gag. It's bound to work with Gracie. Watch. Gracie.
Well, just a minute. Oh, that was wonderful, Artie. But the next time you hug me, I wish you'd take the clarinet out of your mouth. What is it, George?
Gracie, I've got something to say to you, and please try to understand. I want you to know it's not because I'm jealous. We've been together for years, and you just can't tear down everything that we've built up in just one day.
Oh, well, how long will it take?
Gracie, remember the first time I met you?
Mm-hmm.
We were just kids then.
That's right.
You'll have to admit I wasn't selfish. If I had anything, didn't you always get it?
Yeah, until I was vaccinated.
Remember when I took you to the ice cream parlor and we had a strawberry soda?
Mm-hmm.
You may not believe it, but that day I fell in love.
Really?
It felt so silly I couldn't look at the soda clerk. It was love at first sight.
Oh, I don't blame you, George. He was a very cute soda clerk.
No. I mean, I fell in love with you, Gracie.
Oh, so that's why you paid for my soda.
And, Gracie, that childhood romance ripened into, well, it isn't just friendship. It isn't just a passing fancy. It isn't just a partnership. Do you know what it is?
Oh, does it hang from the ceiling and whistle?
Does it hang from the season and whistle?
No, ceiling.
Gracie, boys, a little soft music. Maybe that'll help. Thanks, fellas. Gracie, remember that little tea room on 6th Avenue that we used to go to?
The one where they have the candlelight and the gypsy music?
Yeah, that's the place.
Oh, it makes my heart beat faster when I think of it.
Oh, I see. You still remember it.
Remember it. I was there last night with Artie. Hello.
Hello. All right, boys, stop it. I've had enough. Gracie, don't you understand? I've been talking to you until I'm blue in the face.
Oh, please, George Green. It's St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going outside. I've got another system.
I'll go with you, George. I want to get you some tonic.
Tonic, why?
To fix up your system.
Oh, poor George. I hope he doesn't jump off the Empire State Building.
Yeah, wouldn't that be awful? He hasn't got a coat and he might catch cold.
Yeah.
Senor Shaw, would you like some advice?
What kind of advice?
Well, if I were in your place, and if you take my advice, I will be. Why don't you and Miss Allen elope?
But, Senor Leah, if I elope with Artie, who'll take care of the band?
Let them get their own girls.
Artie, I think Senor Lee's got a cute idea. Let's elope just this once, huh? Well, look, we'll elope from the El Morocco tonight. It's just a place. It's on the ground floor, so we won't need a ladder.
El Morocco. Why not the Star Club?
Star Club? Well, Artie, maybe in a year.
Hey, listen, everybody, this'll kill you.
What?
I just overheard George call up a theatrical agency, and he asked them to send over an actress to pretend she's George's girlfriend.
Well, why?
To make love to George and make Gracie jealous.
Well, say, that's a swell idea. And I'll bet she'll get jealous, too. She's probably a very jealous type if it's the same Gracie Allen. Oh, pardon me, it's me.
Listen, Jimmy, I know what we can do. Let's double-cross George and cancel the girl on him.
Double-cross George?
Yep, and I can get a girl to take her place.
Oh, gee, that would be a swell surprise for George.
Hey, look, wait a minute. Oh, I've got just the girl. Wallington, go out and call Stillman's Jim.
Stillman's Jim?
Yeah. This dame happens to be a lady wrestler.
A lady wrestler?
Yeah, just ask for Grappling Gertie.
Okay.
A lady wrestler? I've never seen a lady wrestler. Oh, I hope he falls for her. You know, I know once in Cleveland...
What are you two talking about?
Nothing. On the 31st of August in the middle of July. The afternoon was wet and the morning it was dry.
I talked to a fair young lady just now on the telephone.
And she's coming here from Stillman's Gym, and she will break your ball.
Sweet Chariot, played by Artie Shaw, the 52nd Street Romeo, who's going to be surprised when he gets a kick in the balcony. And by the way, Artie,
Hey, everything's okay, Artie. I made the switch.
Switch? What switch?
The thing matters now is the switch, you know. You made it. You thought it was real, huh? It isn't. Jimmy, take it off and wait for the judge.
Oh, quiet. Hello. It's for you, Jimmy.
Oh, gee, I hope it is. Hello? Who's this? Oh, Artie, don't worry. It's okay. Yes, this is Jimmy Wallington speaking. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm very sorry I can't be there. No. So, well, you see, I've got a date with a plate. Yes, that's right. Sorry. Goodbye.
Jimmy, did I hear you say you got a date with a plate?
That's right, George. You see, there's a very tired dinner plate.
Oh, a plate that goes out and stays out late. I see what you mean.
Yes, that's it. In fact, there are thousands of dinner plates all over the country, and they're very tired of the same thing for dinner. Very tired. So here's a suggestion I'm going to make when I date the plate. A suggestion that not only makes the plates on your table happy, but a meal that makes the family say, this is a swell dinner. All you do is open a can of Spam. You're sure of success because Spam is tender, taste-tempting meat with a delicious flavor. Then put the Spam in a shallow baking dish, flip it into the oven, and bake for a few minutes according to the easy recipe on the label. Plan a meal around baked Spam, and you'll take to the table a main course distinctive in meaty flavor and filled with lip-smacking satisfaction. Give your family baked Spam tomorrow. The easiest to get, best-to-eat dinner you've had in a long time. Originated and made only by Hormel, Spam is a perfect combination of juicy pork shoulder and tender ham. Delicious meat with extra goodness. To be sure of a meal that makes a hit, remember to insist on Spam, S-P-A-M, when you shop tomorrow.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Oh, thanks, Artie. And Artie, can you picture us a few years from now, a little place in the country?
Yeah, vine-covered cottage.
A little mortgage covering the vine.
That's right. And you're in the living room eating a box of chocolate?
Yes, while you're in the kitchen standing over a hot clarinet.
Well, I agree with you two. There's nothing like love. And I'm the one who knows.
Well, George, now don't tell me you're in love.
It was on the 31st of August in the middle of July.
George, how long have you known this girl?
Well, we went to school together. Where'd you meet her? She's like a piece of Dresden china. As a matter of fact, she was so fragile that we boys used to call her Twinkle Toes.
Oh.
Boy, I bet she's beautiful, huh, George?
Oh, yes, and what a voice.
Oh, probably like Nelson Eddy.
Nelson Eddy?
Well, maybe not exactly like Nelson Eddy. Maybe more like a half Nelson Eddy.
A half Nelson Eddy? Listen, what's going on here?
Senor Burns, I have a little information. I hate to be a rat, but Mickey Mouse is doing bad.
Senor, what's this information?
Are you asking me as just the guitar player?
Yes.
I know nothing. But now ask me as the new leader of the band.
I think I see what you mean.
And throw in a little cash.
All right, you're the new leader of the band, and I'll give you $5. What do you know?
Who'll make it 6?
I will.
I know nothing.
You know nothing, huh? Well, you're all jealous.
You know, George, I know just how you feel when you meet an old flame. Well, I just happened to meet today. As a matter of fact, this girl is just as dainty and fragile as your Twinkle Toes.
Dresden china?
Dresden china? Suppose she was Dresden slacks. What difference does it make what she's Dresden? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy. I said the wrong thing.
Well, you see, George, my girl is a little Spanish girl.
Spanish girl? Spanish.
Well, I did that for the sponsor.
Oh, spam instead of spam.
And, George, when she looked at me today, she said, "Hello, tall, dark, and ham meat."
Ham meat?
I did that for the sponsor.
Oh, I see, Jimmy.
Before I left, I kissed her for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, huh?
That I did for myself.
Oh. Boy, what a kisser.
Yeah, he certainly has.
Oh, quiet. Well, here she is. Now you'll see something. Come in.
Well, George, Twinkle Toes is here.
Twinkle Toes? Say, you've changed. Don't you remember me? I'm George Burns.
Hello, George.
Oh, my. What a beautiful voice. What a wonderful ring. But then again, it should be. She's in it half the time.
Twinkle Toes, I'm certainly glad to see you.
I'm sorry I'm late, George. I was a little tied up.
Well, Twinkle Toes, it's like old times, isn't it? When you left home, did you tell your mother who you were going to meet tonight?
Zabisco.
Zabisco?
Well, George, Zabisco. I read that on the night chart when I had my eyes examined this morning. It said Z-Y.
Well?
Z-Y need glasses?
Well, look, I've had enough of this silly stuff.
Well, Artie, George and Twinkle Toes want to be alone.
Well, we do. What do you think of that? Twinkle Toes?
What is it, lover?
Remember when we were kids?
Yeah.
Remember those romantic nights under the stars?
Yeah.
Remember when I carried your books to school?
Yeah.
Remember when she carried you?
Yeah.
You know, Twinkle Toes, when I first fell for you, it wasn't just your looks that attracted me. It wasn't just your personality. It wasn't just your mind. Do you know what it was?
Does it hang from the ceiling and whistle?
Oh, quiet.
Go ahead, tell me more about that love stuff, George.
Yeah, go ahead and tell her, Lenny. Oh, quiet. Gracie, will you take Artie away from here?
Well, Artie, George is right. Nobody should interfere with lovers. Lovers should be left alone. It's very rude to interfere. George, let me tell you how to do it. Now, Twinkle Toes, you stand over here, and George, you stand over there.
Okay, who's the referee?
Referee? Wait a minute. Is this a love match or a wrestling match?
There's a difference?
What's going on here?
Well, now we'll begin, and you don't have to worry, because I know plenty about love. You see, I used to be an usherette in the balcony at the Roxy.
I say it.
Now, Twinkle Toes, the first thing you do is grab George in your arms. Do you understand?
Well, to be frank, no.
I'm not going to like this.
Oh, how silly of me. Oh, I know how to get you together. Here we go.
Stay away. Stay away, please. Oh.
Isn't that cute? George's first crush.
Wait a minute. Are you the girl that was sent over here by that theatrical agency?
No, somebody phoned me at Stillman's gym. I'm Grappling Grady, known as the Glamorous Gorilla.
How did that girl get here? Gracie, how did this girl get here?
Well, she must have walked. The buses are on strike, you know. Isn't it awful, George? You know, I always say...
Oh, stop.
Stop. No, only when I get off.
Oh, quiet. Well, a fine trick for a bunch of grown-up people to play on their boss. What a thing to do. It isn't honorable. It isn't fair. It isn't cricket. It isn't sporting. Do you know what it is?
Does it hang from the ceiling?
Oh, quiet. Now Gracie will sing, Let's Get Away From It All. That was a fine
I'm so tired of the dull routine. Up to town on the 8:15. Back at night, off to bed, and then get up and start it all over again. Let's take a boat to Bermuda. Let's take a plane to St. Paul. Let's take a kayak to Quincy or Nyack. Let's get away from it all. Let's take a trip in a trailer. No need to come back at all. Let's take a powder to Boston for chowder. Let's get away from it all. We'll travel round from town to town. We'll visit every state. I'll repeat I love you, sweet, in all the 48. Let's go again to Niagara. This time we look at the fall. Let's leave our hut, dear, get out of a rut, dear. Let's get away from it all. What do you say we toddle away to Ipswich? What do you care about the fair? Where is Ipswich? It would be a novelty to switch to Ipswich scenery. Let's get away from it all. Maybe we'll pack and track it to Yakasaki, where they are free and happy and being wicky-wacky. Like the Yakasaki do, we could wicky-wacky too. Let's get away from it all. Love will get a brand new start on some island that we never saw. I want to be there with my heart, if Artie's name is Shaw. What do you know, we pack up and go to Scrum Scram. If you were slick, we better leave quick before old Scrum Scram's the way the maps are changing. Say it may not be there Saturday. Babe, what do you say to it? Let's name the day for it and let's get away from it all.
Spam, S-P-A-M, a perfect blend of pork shoulder and tender ham, has become a word in the American language that means downright delicious food. Originated and made only by Hormel, Spam is now used by millions of families regularly. This tender meat has a flavor all its own and is ready to eat as soon as you open the handy can. Spam has dozens of uses. Serve it cold, bake Spam for dinner, fry slices for breakfast. Promise yourself you'll try one new way to serve Spam tomorrow. Use the easy recipes on the label. You'll soon discover serving Spam cold or hot is a quick, thrifty way to give your family grand-tasting meat. Tomorrow when you shop, ask your food dealer for SPAM. Spam.
Well, thanks, Jimmy. Well, Gracie, say good night.
Good night. George, I'm going out. Don't I look pretty?
Oh, you look pretty. It's kind of like flattery, huh?
Sure, I like all the Irish.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? O'Reilly or Flanagan or two of those
Good
fellows
night,
look
good
kind of
night,
really
folks.
well.
Good night.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw, his orchestra, and the Smoothers. Until then, this is Jimmy Wallington reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it, because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.